Okay. Welcome everyone to the special presentation of the Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan for 2024 and 2028 to 2028. The purpose of this presentation is just to get public comments on the plan that we need to do in order to receive funding. First, I want to go into what is Community Development Block Grant. CDBG is a HUD program that provides funding annually to entitlement, jurisdictions. CDBG funds housing, public facility, public service activities that benefit low-income households and persons with special needs. Next slide. Next slide. Just a little brief history about CDBG in Pontiac. There was CDBG in the city for over about 10 years. It's been a little more than 10 years. It was a suggestion by emergency management for CDBG to be taken over by the county. So we've for CDBG is it primarily benefit low-income persons or households. It aid in the elimination of slum or blight conditions, and it is to meet an urgent community need. Some of the eligible projects is acquisition and disposition. Hold on, I have to get my slide because I can't see. Sorry about that. Clearance and demolition, cleanup of contaminated sites, public facilities and improvements. That includes senior youth or child care centers, street improvements, public services such as transportation services or senior services, housing, including code enforcement, rehabilitation, and economic development, including business startup and job creation or job training. Some of the ineligible projects is purchase of equipment, like construction equipment, new housing construction, operating and maintenance expenses, and income payments. So when we look at the consolidated plan, we kind of assess the needs of the city of Pontiac and what we need to do with the funds. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Younger.
Thank you, everyone. So when we look at how we determine what we're recommending to fund and focus as target areas, we do a data analysis. We're doing stakeholder consults with our partners that work in and around the community. We look at past plans in the past, and then we look at where there are opportunities to leverage funds, projects that are already going on. The goal with Community Development Block Grant is to leverage activities that are already happening. As we'll show in a minute, we don't get a lot of Community Development Block Grant. In the past, we've kind of had a shotgun approach where we were firing all across the community, but in order to, in fact, have impact, we want to focus on and leverage some of the projects. So what we are proposing is that we focus on the near downtown neighborhoods because of over $200 million investment that's coming into the downtown and surrounding areas. As a result, some of those examples of the Pike Street, Clinton River Trail connector, Oakland County offices moving to the downtown, the removal of the Woodward Loop. It's our intention that these neighborhoods have been psychologically and physically removed from the downtown. We'd like to open up the downtown, focus on those neighborhoods, and focus on where resources are already being leveraged. Next slide, please. So this is the area that we're proposing. It's bounded by Perry Street, Martin Luther King, Awesome, and Woodward Avenue. Some people said it was a lot of real estate. We don't think it is. We know that our partners are already working in that area. For example, we know that Lighthouse is planning over $75 million of investment in that area. CHN is planning about $30 million in investment. Habitat for Humanity works in that area. OSLA also has planned developments, and what we like to focus on is leveraging those investments in that targeted area. Next slide. So what we're proposing, as I said, we get a little bit of money. It's not a big amount of money. We are estimating, we don't have a final number, but based on past allocations and census data, we can estimate that we will receive about $1.5 million. And again, that's why we want a targeted approach. You know, spreading $1.5 million across the whole city really has no impact in our neighborhoods, and we want to make sure that we have some impact, and as I said, leverage the resources of our partners. So admin and planning is the max is 20%, so we're not saying that we'll use that 20%, but we're putting that up there. So that's roughly $300,000. Housing, $600,000. Commercial quarters, $300,000, and blight remediation, $300,000. This is what we're proposing. I'll go into what we mean in each of those categories. Next slide. So I've told you the $300,000 for planning and admin is $300,000. For housing, some of the initiatives that we'll be looking at are home buyer assistance, home repair, new housing development, not new housing because you can't use CDBG specifically for new housing construction, but you can use it in support of housing development, and development of vacant and commercial properties. The main thing that we would focus on in this one-year action plan would be homeowner repair. We do have some money in past CDBG year last year for homebuyer assistance, so we intend to launch both homebuyer assistance and continue with our owner-occupied repair as the major focus areas, although these are some of the other eligible activities, and we'll work with our partners to do that in the housing arena. Next slide. Community and economic development. One of the things, as you notice, we picked commercial quarters. We think it's important that we named Perry and MLK and others. So we'd like to focus on some of those commercial quarters as well. We want to increase the job opportunities for the neighborhoods that are in that area. We would like to do commercial quarter revitalization, assisting some of the small businesses, doing things like facade improvement. Also, clearance and demolition. We can also use funds for employment opportunities and also for development. So again, I think this is the first time we've really focused on commercial quarters in the community, and I think it's important as we improve the neighborhoods that we also focus on the commercial quarters as an opportunity to create jobs for residents and spur future development in those neighborhoods. I already talked about admin and planning. This is for management oversight and coordination. It helps us coordinate with our partners, which are other nonprofits and partners in the area. And it can play, if we decide we want to do a study or environmental clearance or fair housing activities, this is where we would fund those activities out of planning and administration. Next slide. So that is a thumbnail sketch of what we would be doing with the Community Development Block Grant funding, what we are proposing to do. The purpose of today is to get comments and input. Just for your edification, we will be going, we will have an official public hearing on the 16th. We are also going to several neighborhood meetings. We'll be, this Saturday, I'll be at District 1 CDC's meeting. On April 8th, I will be at Councilman McGinnis's community. Someone will be there, I'm not sure it'll be me. We'll be at his meeting. Then on the 25th, we will be at Councilman Carrington's district meeting. And then finally, we will be on that Saturday, I believe that's the 27th, we will be at Councilman Rutherford's district meeting, because while we want to open it up to all citizens, we also want to make sure that we're going to the neighborhoods that we're proposing that would be impacted. So we're talking about, for this first year, impacting part of 7, 6, and Districts 1. Remember, this is a one-year plan out of a 5-year action plan. So what we do and what priorities can shift in the next year, but these are what we are proposing be the priorities for this first year. And at that point, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for making the time this evening. As Manager Younger shared, there will be formal public hearings on Tuesday, April 16th at both 5 and 5:30 at this location in the council chambers. That's open to all, and there will be an open opportunity for feedback, questions, public statements. Share your perspective on that. Does anyone here want to share the reason why there needs to be both a 5 and 5:30, that we're doing both this future programming, but also then the reprogramming of past funds, and so that'll require it'll be a separate opportunity for a public hearing. Is anyone able to reflect on that, why that is?
Yes, we have funds in clearance and demolition that's currently with the funding that's at the county. Because we don't have a shovel-ready project for this year, we're going to reprogram that funding into the home repair program.
Excellent. So investing into the neighborhoods, into homes that are in need of repair, and building off of the existing structure that you built out for the City of Pontiac Home Repair Program.
Yes.
Great. So there will be those two hearings. One is dealing with what is the future plan for that year to come, but then also another hearing for the reprogramming of those funds that are essentially dormant, activating those to be repurposed for the home repair program. Because these are federal funds and it's a community development block grant funding that have different buckets or different years, we want to make sure that we're fulfilling what the federal requirements are for those funds. So with that, council members, any initial questions or feedback? And then we'll open up for community members as well. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Great presentation. First of all, can I have a copy of this sliding presentation sent to my email? And the reason why we want to do that is we need to offset miscommunications. Oftentimes, the first thing they're said is that we're not doing stuff for the community. And so if we show what our proposed ideals are, that gives, especially in my district, an opportunity to see that. I'd like to present that to an FYI. There's a neighborhood association meeting, Ms. Younger, on the 8th as well. That's the Bloomfield Estates, the Ms. Northcross meeting. So
you send us that information?
I sure will. My question is, what is the exact amount that is currently in the previous budget for demolition? That's the first question.
There are different years. This is the 19th year, which will be 2019.
2019 is $392,781.37.
Say that one more time.
$392,781.37.
Okay, and you guys are proposing to move that to home repair?
Yes.
Okay, so my second question is, you stated earlier, if you go back through the slides in regards to first-time home buyers deposits, what is the exact amount that we're going to be allocating for that per person?
I don't have the exact amount with me right now.
So
wait. Yeah, yes, I do.
Yeah, you do.
$237,475.
say it again.
$237,475.
So out of that $237,475, exactly how many first-time home buyer deposits are we going to be able to assist with that amount?
About 25.
25. So if we have,
I think it was like 25.
so only 25. So I mean that each person would get 25,000?
No.
About 10.
10,000.
And that's from this particular pool. Is the intention to try and also have another revenue stream from the American Rescue Plan? Or will that not be the plan moving forward?
We haven't at this point determined that.
Okay.
We're also meeting with our funders. When I say funders, the banking, I guess I should be on the mic, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, we can pass it back and forth. The 19th, I will be meeting with not all banks, but a number of banks, Huntington, Flagstar, PNC, Nat City, and maybe Chase has not RSVP'd yet, to talk about kicking off our home buyer assistance program, what products that they're going to make available to our community, to also ask them to contribute towards home buyer training and counseling. The requirement for the federal funds is that they take a federally approved course. Several of our partners, such as CHN and OSLA offer those programs, but somebody needs to pay for them, and I think the banking community, because we're going to be utilizing their mortgage program, should step up and do that. So on the 19th of this month, I will be meeting with them. I'm also going to ask them to contribute some additional funding into our homebuyer down payment assistance fund, and we'll see how successful I am after the 19th.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking those two figures is because you stated earlier we're gonna put 300,000 for the new money that we're getting, right? Correct?
300. Yes, 300.
So does that mean the 237 plus the 300 plus the 600,000 is gonna be included? Or is that,
No, no.
So the totality of it is 600,000?
The 600,000 we're recommending for additional home repair out of this new money coming. 393. We have over 3 million applications that we need to fund with home repair.
3 million applications?
$3 million in dollars. It feels like 3 million applications when they're all calling.
Right.
But no. Well, right now on hand we have about 3 million in requests, and so we're recommending reprogramming this 392. And then in the budget, if you approve this for the upcoming action in your plan, 600,000 would go to home repair.
So it's a total of 900 and some odd thousand.
Correct.
Okay, so this is why I'm asking all this. Being that there is such a housing shortage, and I'm not telling you guys what to do, but because there is such a housing shortage and we do know repairs are needed, we need to start thinking about putting more money for the first-time home buyer program.
Okay.
I say this because it's currently at the suburban suites, there's about 100 families that are there that are in displacement because they have vouchers and they have no place to go. And vouchers can actually be used if you're in the right program to purchase a home. And along with that money, that can combine the first-time home deposit. So that's why I wanted to know if there was any way we could try to improve that number from the 237 or add more money to it in the coming year, in the years to come. So I'm looking forward to hearing how we're going to do that, because 25 people, that's great, but what if we could help 50 people? And so that's what my goal is with that.
Absolutely, and that's the purpose of today's and the upcoming meetings, to get those kind of suggestions and to incorporate them. This is, again, is just a draft plan, so this is the purpose, in fact, to take your comments and look at and see what we are able to do.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman James, any feedback or questions at this initial opportunity? Microphone.
I've got some feedback. I would also like to have a copy of the presentation. I would also like to have a copy of the presentation. I have to say, though, just from the first slides that you showed, I do have some mixed feelings about using CDBG essentially for what appears to me to be downtown development. We're talking about projects that we already have significant funds for the not the Martin Luther King, but the walkway that we are talking about creating. Can you go back to the first slide with the three? Yeah, the Pike Street, Clinton River connector, that's mainly, in my mind, I know it does go out Pike Street, but a significant portion of it is downtown. Removal of the loop is downtown, and the Oakland County office relocation is downtown. So when I look at that, to me, I don't see neighborhood development, I see downtown development.
Can you go back to the slide that's showing the area, the map, please? So what we were saying, Councilman James, so to be clear, is that we are going to leverage those investments. Those projects we will not be contributing additional resources for. Though the projects within the area bounded by red, those neighborhoods are where we intend to focus these resources. But we're taking the impetus and the economic outflow that will result with over $200 million of investment going into downtown and try to capitalize on that. We are not proposing to invest any of those funds to augment those projects. What we're saying is that development begets development. We know that $200 million of investment is going into the downtown. So we want to leverage that investment, capture some of the economic outflow that would result from that investment, and invest in those neighborhoods in the areas that we have identified. Again, when we say commercial corridors, we didn't mention Saginaw or Huron. We mentioned the corridors that are in the neighborhoods, that support the neighborhoods in those areas. So the ideal is to focus on the things inside of that bounded area and to capture the outflow from those leverage. We do not intend to augment any resources on those kind of major projects. What we're saying is if you got $200 million or more of investment, it makes sense to try to leverage that investment and do projects that can spin off from that in our neighborhoods. So don't let that investment be wasted just on downtown. Let's figure out how to harness that as an economic driver for the communities that surround where that investment is happening.
So what we're showing is that the proposed focus area is everything. It's the area east of northbound Woodward, south of Perry, west of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and north of Osmond Street.
Correct.
So we've got the corridor of Auburn Avenue, Pike Street's a neighborhood corridor, but it does have some business locations, and then one side of Perry, one side of MLK. Those would be the areas where there would be corridor commercial possibility.
Correct.
Okay. This is community development block grant funding. Is there census tract requirements where you have to do it with certain areas of heightened, poverty or other areas? Is that impacting where CDBG funds can be used?
That does impact where they can be used.
Okay.
But fortunately for us, or unfortunately, almost every census tract in Pontiac is eligible for CDBG activities, including downtown, based on area benefit. Now, if we're doing job creation or other things, there are different criteria for each of the national objectives, but in general, the census tract areas, all of Pontiac, except there's 2 census tracts that are not eligible for area benefit. That doesn't mean you couldn't do something in them, but every census tract except 2 automatically meet CDBG requirements.
Council.
I can't see that, but is Auburn Avenue a part of your
Yes.
focus area?
It's in there, yes.
So Auburn would be one of your corridor
Correct.
projects in Perry, Woodward, and
Martin Luther King.
Martin Luther King.
Right.
Okay.
And the intention, of course, is to really focus more on the neighborhood quarters. Woodward's going to happen. So I'm not saying we wouldn't do anything on Woodward, but it's really our intent to dive down into the neighborhoods and start to make a difference. We really have not, in recent years, had a neighborhood strategy. And so this is the beginning of a development of neighborhood strategies. We can't do the work if we don't start concentrating on neighborhoods. And so this is our first initial effort to start saying, where we will really change Pontiac is at the neighborhood level. And so this is the first attempt to, in fact, do that.
Okay. Well, I really like that part of it. I think that, to me, is the most exciting part of it, to see us focusing on the corridors. Pontiac has so many very critical corridors, streets that people come into the city of Pontiac, like Orchard Lake, like Auburn Avenue. In my district, I've got Walton Boulevard, I've got Joslyn, I've got Baldwin. So to see us focusing on those neighborhood, very pivotal corridors that people are introduced to our city. And if those places are not inviting, if they don't look like there's activity happening there, then it looks bad for our whole city. So that's, to me, is I'm very excited about that.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
Yes, so being that downtown is my district and it is truly going to be affected about what is coming on the outside, I just want us to make sure we're being fair to all parties involved. I say that because there are people who are impoverished that actually live downtown who would benefit from jobs. Would you not agree?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then there are people downtown who would benefit from the streets, from the sidewalks being repaired. Would you not agree?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so I just want us to be fair because people forget that there's a place called the Phoenix Center Apartments. There's a place called Hamilton. There's a place called the Treasury, and we have people that are income-based living downtown. So I get that we don't want to put money per se downtown, but we must never forget those who actually stay there and how this can be transformational to where they're living. And so my hope is that the job program that is created, that we actually have a base in the, and you should write this down, this is important.
We're taping.
Thank you so much. And especially in the Phoenix Center Apartments, who people want to get back into the workforce, but don't have the skill set or the skills, that we have some transformational programs ran by qualified individuals and not just pooking them to make sure that they are successful. So that's my simple ask, because those individuals deserve and will be fairly represented. Thank you so much.
And to respond, let me clarify in case I misstated. I wanted Councilman James to understand that this was not a downtown program. We're capitalizing on what's happening downtown, but certainly downtown is eligible for those activities that we've outlined. And we will not exclude a downtown program, but again, we also are saying, but we're also going to focus on neighborhoods. And downtown, in fact, a neighborhood.
Right, and I brought that up because when you attend those meetings, which I happen to do, you hear those people oftentimes feeling disengaged or disenchanted, and I just want them to know that there's fair representation. My other question is this: currently, you as an administration, which is offset, but it's very important, would this tie into what we're going to be doing for the NEZ development that you're trying to develop? Ms.
Correct.
Younger? Okay.
What we're looking at, the proposed map for NEZ is larger than this, but it incorporates this.
So all of those?
So, yes.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Can you go back to the slide that breaks down the money? That. So pretty limited, obviously. There's only so much. Once you start spreading this out, it only goes so far. Blight remediation, there are some, if it's a larger commercial building, like let's say it's a burned out old store, it could gobble up all that.
Right.
Maybe a few houses, but most of the homes that are really too far gone, those were demolished in previous CDBG blight remediation. There's not too much, but long story short, at best, that'll tackle a few properties.
Right.
Commercial corridors, depending on if that's streetscape work or if it's partial rehab of a structure, that's going to be stretched pretty thin real quick. Housing, that would be home repair program.
Yes.
If you did a simple back of the napkin math, how many homes, on average, might that get in a good
At 25,000, so what's that, 20? About 25 houses with that.
And then it, of course, facilitates the staff to be able to make this and other sort of reporting requirements go. But this is an important step, and we shouldn't overlook this, is that, as Ms. Hall shared, there's a history and evolution of Pontiac administering these funds directly. This is a really important step to getting us in our own, charting our own destiny, handling it in-house, administering it directly by the city of Pontiac. So that's a value that's sort of not exactly shown in these numbers. But so $1.5 million will only go so far, but this is the strategy that you're proposing to make the most of it by being targeted versus saying across all 21 square miles, taking a strategy, trying to leverage a targeted area that will then, to Councilwoman Rutherford's point, future strategies that you're hoping to employ with neighborhood empowerment zones and or neighborhood enterprise zones and other policy tools.
Exactly, and investors and banks with their CRA, we haven't given them a neighborhood strategy to focus on. So this now says, here's part of our strategy, here's where you can focus your resources, because the city is looking for partners in those neighborhoods. And again, we don't think that this is going to be this is the beginning of a neighborhood revitalization strategy. And as we progress and make changes and improvements, we hope to incorporate other neighborhoods. But you have to have a beginning, and this is what we're proposing for the beginning, because it captures most of the investment that's already happening in Pontiac, and it would, it wouldn't make sense to go where we don't have any investment and try to start from scratch. So we can build off this, and it's also a signal to others coming into the community. Here's where we're focusing on. We say we have a neighborhood strategy, and we're demonstrating it by putting our resources there, and we want you to follow our lead and do the same. And so this is a unique opportunity for us. We've not been able to say this in the last 10 years because somebody else was managing our resources, and they weren't necessarily adhering to any strategy. And so we get to dictate our strategy, and this is what we're recommending.
Councilwoman James.
One other question. It was said that your group was putting together a CDBG community input strategy, or there was some kind of a document that was being put together. Can you guys share with us the copy of that document that they're going to be discussing at the public hearing?
Yeah, there will be a citizen participation plan, which the link will go up tomorrow because now we're starting and so the first part is, I'm sorry, go.
The citizen participation plan is already up
I'm sorry.
online.
Okay.
So you can go on the City of Pontiac Grant Department, CDBG Block Grant, and just click on the link to review the citizen participation plan. The draft consolidated plan that we're currently working on for that you can give comments on will be on the website on Friday.
I'm sorry, I got the two confused. So the citizen participation plan, which is part of what we're doing now, and I outlined those other meetings that we'll be going to, is up now. And by Friday, we will have the draft plan, pretty much what we laid out here to you on these slides, but it'll be in HUD format, and it'll be that plan. That'll be available by Friday. The citizen participation plan is up now.
Anything further, Councilwoman? No. Okay, Councilwoman Rutherford.
I'm on the website. You stated it was where?
Under grants,
Oh,
then go to CDBG.
hold on one second.
It may be just, you may see citizen participation plan on the side.
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking, because if I can't find it, it might be difficult for someone else. If you guys could just walk me through it as if I was a 4-year-old, or you can come up here and show me so that I can explain it verbatim, so that the citizens won't call me and say, hey, Mel, how you do it? So I just, I'm kind of slow. So,
You're not slow.
I
What an act. What a ploy.
what a ploy, yes.
Shrewdest lady in town. And she,
Departments. You're
And
taking.
then you'll go to grants and things.
So we're at mayor, so we're home, we're gonna go home. We're gonna departments, going to the right, and then we're going where?
Grants and things.
Where that is? So, well, look at God. Grants, and then we're gonna go down. Well, look at it, citizen participation. So can you talk, now I need you to go on the mic and say that so everybody knows how to do it. Because this is why, it sounds crazy.
Scroll down, you can click.
That's good.
It sounds crazy, but do you see how easy that is? Because the first thing we have to do is offset misinformation. So I just need you to explain, just like you did it for me, and I'm difficult, so that everybody at home can hear it. And go.
So you'll go to the City of Pontiac website, go to Grants and Philanthropy. On the left-hand side, you'll see Citizen Participation Plan.
And
you
what is-
click on it, and you can view the link with the plan on there.
So what will be even cooler is that next week, because this will be in a question, if you put that in your presentation and show them again, because that way no one can say, we're trying to hide stuff. I hate those type of rumors, don't you?
That was the plan.
Yeah.
At the public hearing, we'll have
Yeah, make sure you have everything, baby. And so what I do like about this, because I look very quickly, is 25 pages. That's a lot. I'm gonna have to drink some coffee to read it. But if we make it as user friendly as possible, that's all I ask. So I thank you for taking my suggestions and not being offended. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Some people get offended.
All right. Now, if there's anyone in attendance that would like to offer any feedback perspective, it's not a formal public hearing this time. That'll take place on April 16th, but still informally, if you'd like to raise any questions or offer any initial reactions to what the Grants and Philanthropy and Economic Development teams have laid out for the funding use. These are federal funds sent to initially the county or in future instances directly to the city for community development. And as Ms. Hall spelled out, there's certain things that are eligible, certain things that aren't. And this isn't the only bite at the apple, but this is our bite at the apple with these specific dollars, with these specific strings attached. Anyone have any initial reactions? Yep, Mr. Bias, if you want to take the floor, take the podium.
So my only one question was when I noticed in the presentation where it showed to encourage people to buy the vacant property, the vacant city-owned property. But in the interim, it did say that we want that to be new construction if they buy in that lot. But then you said new construction is not part of CBB, the funds that they can use, correct?
Correct.
That's the only thing, just clarification, because people be like, well, I bought the lot, now what do I do? So where's the rest of the help? So we just gotta make sure we're clarifying that.
You are correct. So just to answer, new construction is not an eligible activity with CDBG. There are funding sources that we would direct you to that we don't control right now, but MISTA has just come out as of April 1st with a brand new program that's up to $2 million per developer for new construction and other things. The city, for the first time, can apply for MISTA funding directly, which is new. Yeah, we're going to go for it. There are other resources that we'll direct you to. Again, CDBG is new construction is not. However, in 2025, it is anticipated that we will be taking back our home dollars from Oakland County as well. New construction is an eligible activity under home dollars. So we're setting up, there's a strategy, building off strategy so we can get, to the finish line. So each piece kind of works together and, sometimes it's not evident and it will work to be better to be transparent. So we are encouraging vacant lot development. CDBG is not, but in 2025, when we have home, that will be an eligible activity under home.
Further yes, Ms. Butler, you can have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'm Autumn Butler. I'm representing Oakland Forward and then also Transforming Communities Initiative. And so one of our focus areas is neighborhood safety and housing. So we are extremely excited about your focus on neighborhoods, particularly with the housing. And I did hear what you said, CDBG is not able to be used for new construction. We are excited to hear about the home funds coming in 2025. When we talk to neighborhood residents, they're always talking about home ownership, down payment assistance, and home repairs. So I'm glad that you have covered that and you have plans to go into the future. One of the things we want you to consider as well, with Pontiac just now getting our money back from CDBG, we want to make sure that there is full transparency and accountability when it comes to the funds, and so residents can clearly understand how the money is being spent and who is going to. And also another focus we would love for you to consider is equity as far as choosing contractors and vendors. When this money is going out, we know that oftentimes that people who live in the city and people of color may not necessarily have all of the things they need in order to get these contracts. So possibly, doing some kind of pre-planning to help people get their ducks in a row so that they're able to qualify for those contracts. And also, we know that there are some big nonprofit organizations, and I've worked for actually all of them. But there are big organizations like Habitat, OSA, Venture, Lighthouse, Community Housing Network, who typically get these funds when it comes to home and CDBG and all of that to do new construction. We would love for other smaller entities to be considered, and then also these organizations and the usual suspects when it comes to contractors, like maybe having a way that residents can weigh in on a scorecard. So not only transparent and accountability on what people say they're going to do, and if they, if they actually do it, like make sure it's measurable and we have metrics to consider, but also scorecards on these people who have gotten money in the past and have they done what they said they were going to do to further the revitalization efforts of the city. But we thank you for this first step. We are extremely excited, and the residents of Pontiac, the people that I'm talking to, they are really ready to be involved and continue to be that way. So thank you.
Can I respond to it?
Yes, yep.
I'm not going to tit for tat everything, but some things you need to know. We are really, really cognizant of the fact that we want to see minority women and small contractors participate. In our current home repair program, we've used a lot of diligence to go out. One of the things we're getting ready to do, instead of having a closed bidding system, we're going to have an evergreen system, meaning you can come in and apply and we'll vet you. Second thing is we're offering small business technical assistance. We're hiring people to help businesses, small businesses, meet some of the technical requirements. We've put $500,000 of ARPA funding into that. Several of them are small contractors and suppliers. The third thing is the purchasing department is holding a series of vendor events on helping them figure out how to walk the maze of purchasing with the city. It's scary sometimes. Even me, I had a hard time getting on BidNet myself, okay? So I understand, and I had, somebody had to call me 5 times to get on BidNet, and I understand that. So we hear what you're saying. We want to be more inclusive. We're working to do that, and as we evolve, we hope we'll get better at it. But we're trying to line up some of the initiatives that will lend us to being in that direction.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Any further feedback from community members? All right. Looming large with her hand high in the sky.
Oh, yes.
Melanie S. Rutherford, attorney at law.
As always. Ms. Younger, just so clarity, because I'd like for it to be clear, I am so very important to include people, but when I say vet, I need for us to have a real vetting system, and not because of what you know and who you know, because some people feel entitled to getting contracts and entitled to being a part of this. And so I just hope that the vetting system that you use is making sure everybody is fair and impartial. That's all I had.
Aye.
Thank you.
Other further questions, feedback? So it's being shared here. Please feel free to contact the Department of Grants and Philanthropy by email at grants@pontiac.mi.us or by phone at 248-758-3040 and select option number 1. Any final feedback from city staff? Okay, with that, the public hearing will take place on Tuesday, April 16th at 5:00 p.m., and then for the reprogramming of the 2019 year money at 5:30 p.m. So there'll be 2 public hearings where every community member will have the opportunity to get up and speak and ask questions, et cetera. And for this evening, we're about 12 minutes out. The regular Pontiac City Council meeting will start at 6 p.m. And for those that are hanging around, we will see you then. Bless you.
Identification of neighborhoods, I think that was in there. Those groups, will that identification also be used in things such as the certification of marijuana, the relicensing of marijuana? Will that be a different section?
Yeah, won't apply. But Deborah
You're the best.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin momentarily. If you are interested in speaking for public comment or agenda address tonight, the clipboards are available for a few moments more at the podium. If you have cellular devices, I encourage you to put it on vibrate or silent to keep things smooth and steady. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order for Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. Thank you so much for either being with us in person or tuning in remotely. Your time is valuable, and thank you for investing your precious time in promoting and advancing our great city of Pontiac. We now turn to Councilman Parker to introduce this evening's invocation.
Thank you, Brother President. As normal, we would introduce the pastor that usually attends is Pastor Kathy Desero, and I just want you to keep her in your prayers because she's in hospital. She broke her hip, and so please keep her in your prayers. And so I will be delivering the invocation tonight. Let us pray. And God, we come as humbly as we know how this day, giving you thanks. We thank you for the rain, Lord God, for it just lets us know you're still in the process of growing us and growing something, and we appreciate and thank you for that. We ask that you would watch over this body, Lord God, watch over this city, continue to guide and direct them, Lord God. They may make good, effective decisions according to the work that you've placed in their heart. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Now, as a community, we'll hold a moment of silence for those neighbors who we've unfortunately had to say goodbye to that have recently passed away. These are recent names. If there are those in the community that you're aware of, we always welcome you providing them to us. In memoriam, we raise the names of Quintrell Barnes, Harvey Benbow, Kenneth Brisbane, Virginia Krosky, Felicia Cumbus, Kamani Daniel, Albert Duval, Carla George, Glenda Figueroa Rivera, Michael Friedman, Derek Franks, Billy Glasper Jr., Tina Hicks, Shirley Jackson, Eric Johnson, Teresa Johnson, Jessica Johnson Kirkland, Charlotte Crucell, Albert King Jr., Isaac Lewis, Irvin Luvine, Janice McGee, John McDonald Sr., Mary Sue Meyer, Charlie Isaac Odneal II, Larry Owens, Jesse Paxton III, Richard Rip Peterson, who will be honoring with a resolution this evening, Iseline Phillips, Anna Rubio de Corral, Guy Sanchez, Kelly Smith, Mixon Taylor Jr., Mark Teeple, Angela Thomas, Loretha Thomas, James Townsend, Dorothy Turner, Leo Walker, and Gloria Waters. Please join us as a community for a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you very much. Clerk Doyle, roll call of city council members.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman.
Here.
James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Nicholson.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
All members present and voting. Quorum is established. We now are at approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve this
So
evening's
moved.
agenda?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we approve this evening's agenda. Any discussion? Any amendments? Clarifications? Okay. With that, roll call Clerk Doyle on approval of this evening's agenda.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker. Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is approved. We'll proceed accordingly. First up is the approval of the consent agenda. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. This is what's on tonight's consent agenda, which really just means us doing it all in one fell swoop to save you beautiful people time. First up is the March 25th, 2024 Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee meeting minutes. Next, March 26th, 2024 City Council, our regular meeting minutes. The resolution of the City of Pontiac recognizing April as Arab American Heritage Month in our city. The resolution recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month in our city. Resolution recognizing April 24th, 2024 as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day. F, resolution for street name change of East Boulevard to MLK Boulevard and Oakland Avenue to Cesar Chavez Avenue. For clarification, that was done decades ago. The city renamed Oakland Avenue, portions of it, to Cesar Chavez, and East Boulevard was renamed to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. But there's one set of county maps that doesn't reflect that formality. So this is just a formality. It doesn't do anything different, but will hopefully make it so that people that live on those streets, the mail doesn't give them any more grief if somebody's using the current name versus the old name. G, resolution honoring the life and service of Richard Rip Peterson. H, resolution recognizing the service and career of Fire Chief Matthew Covey. I, resolution to approve the scheduling of the Community Development Block Grant Reprogramming public hearing for April 16th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. So that's A through I. If approved, all of those items are adopted in one fell swoop. Hearing no desire to pull any of those for further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the consent agenda.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker. Yes. Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved, and all those minutes and resolutions are therefore adopted. We're at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials in our community that wish to have the floor to give us an update in their elected capacity? Coming up is the chair of the illustrious Charter Revision Commission of the great city of Pontiac, Tamika Ramsey, the honorable, the noble, the dignified, the elected. Here you are.
Thank you. I think that was God just reminding me who I was before I got on this mic. Tamika Ramsey, chair of the Charter Revision Commission. We initially submitted the charter on February 14th. It was returned back to us with recommendations from the Attorney General's office. We spent, I think, about 3 or 4 hours going over those recommendations and resubmitting it, so it has been resubmitted. We are now waiting for the final recommendations from the Attorney General's office in hopes that it will be on the August ballot. Once we get word that it is going to be on the ballot, we will start doing education and outreach around some of the things that were amended or changed in the charter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to give that update. Thank you very much for taking the time to give that update, and for all the time invested in the process. We welcome further updates as they come down the pike. Are there other elected officials that wish to have the floor? All right, with that, we'll move to special presentations. There were 3. Some will be shorter than others. The first is recognizing the outgoing Waterford Regional Fire Chief. And we also want to introduce the incoming Fire Chief, Matthew Nye, who's a veteran of the Pontiac Fire Department. So first, I'm going to read the resolution that the City Council has just adopted honoring the outgoing fire chief. I just want to make sure first, how do I pronounce your last name the right way? Covey. Okay. My first instinct was right, not the instinct I followed. All right. So with that, this is what the good people of Pontiac through the City Council have just adopted. Whereas the Pontiac City Council would like to pay proper tribute to Fire Chief Matthew Covey, an extraordinary leader characterized by a commitment to service, a distinguished career, and a legacy of leadership and dedication in both his professional and personal endeavors. And whereas Chief Matthew Covey is a notable person that has dedicated his life to the noble service of serving others. And whereas Chief Matthew Covey is a highly trained and certified professional in fire and rescue services, achieving many of the available certifications. And whereas during Chief Covey's illustrious career, he worked his way up to the ranks and had many positions such as firefighter, engineer, paramedic, lieutenant inspector, fire inspector, captain inspector, fire marshal, and deputy fire chief. And whereas Chief Covey showed extraordinary courageous leadership while he led the Waterford Regional Fire Department through the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Chief Covey has been an advocate for fire safety and fire prevention. And whereas Chief Covey has received numerous awards and recognitions throughout his career. And whereas Chief Matthew Covey officially retired on April 1st, 2024, now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Pontiac City Council hereby acknowledges and honors the contribution and dedicated service that Chief Matthew Covey has provided with his 30 years of service at the Waterford Regional Fire Department. Please give a warm round of applause, a standing ovation even, to Chief Matthew Covey for his years of service to the community. With that, Chief Emeritus, if you'd like to take the podium, give any reflections. As many viewers will know, of course, the Pontiac Fire Department transitioned into a combined Waterford Regional Fire Department. So Waterford Regional serves the city of Pontiac, Waterford Township, and the city of Lake Angeles. So obviously his service and leadership goes beyond just our city boundaries, but had a direct impact on the safety and well-being of our thousands of residents and properties and businesses. Chief Covey, thank you very much, and you have the floor.
I'd like to just firstly address the great citizens of the city of Pontiac. 2012, our department went through a very weird transition and became a big service provider for the city of Pontiac and also Waterford and Lake Angeles. And it's been a lot of work. We've come a long ways. You'll see tonight that the next person you're going to talk about was a previous Pontiac firefighter, a very good friend of mine. Couldn't be more proud of who Matt Nye is. He's going to be a great leader for the city. He does have some big shoes to fill. I have size 12s, Matt, just so you know. But I've been proud to serve this community, and we've come a long way. And our partnership with Waterford and Pontiac is an amazing thing. We provide an incredible service to both communities. And I don't think everyone gets to see it every day like I do, but our firefighters do heroic acts in this community daily. And also in Waterford, and we should just be more proud of them than anything. I'm at awe every day in how they act and what they do for our residents, and Pontiac should be proud of who they are. So, and I've been proud to serve, and this board has been amazing, and Mayor and Deputy Mayor have been great to work with, and here's to our future.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go down the line if you want to stay there in case there's any questions or feedback to offer. I'll start with Mayor and Deputy Mayor.
Well, I want to really say heartfelt thank you, Chief. You've been really responsive whenever I've called, whenever the Deputy Mayor has reached out. You've been always very, very quick to call back, and typically you don't even need to call back because you immediately answer the phone. And you've been great about keeping both us and City Council in the loop, keeping us up to date with information. So you've really just been a fantastic partner, and we really, really appreciate the collaborative relationship we've enjoyed with you for a little over 2 years now. You are leaving big shoes, but I've worked with Matt on the police and fire VEBA for a couple of years now, and I know that he's incredibly capable, a very, very good human being who cares, and I know that he'll certainly do a great job filling those big shoes. So I want to thank you, Chief Covey, for your service, and welcome Chief Nye into his new role, where I know he'll do an exceptional job.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Council President. So again, Chief, just want to say thank you for the time that you have served. Thank you for all that you have done during the time that I've been here. Learned a lot. It was great working with you, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Councilman Parker?
I just want to say, Chief, thank you for a job well done. I always enjoyed your reports at the Safety Committee, and you always had some good, concise things to say. I just want to congratulate you for a good career and hope that you have some great endeavors and do a lot of fishing on your next career.
Thank you.
It should be noted, fishing is allowed, but the newspapers share that you'll be the new fire chief for Springfield Township. Is that a true story?
That is correct.
Okay.
So I retired for officially 0 days because tomorrow is my official last day in Waterford, and I started on Monday in Springfield. So
wild. If there's a fire bad enough in Pontiac, does Springfield Township respond?
it would be really bad, but we'll come.
We hope that never happens, but we know you're there a few miles further away. Thank you, Councilman Parker. Councilwoman James?
Yeah, I just, again, want to congratulate you, but I guess now that I'm finding out that you're not retiring, but congratulations and blessings on your new assignment. I've enjoyed working with you, being a part of the Safety Committee, and I appreciate the conversations that we've had. You've always been, I think, just unusually candid about the problems and the challenges of the fire department, and I appreciate that because I've learned a lot about that business. So I appreciate just your candidness and honesty over the time that we've worked together. So again, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, President McGinnis. First and foremost, I hate to see you go. I had an opportunity to see your team put out 2 fires in the city of Pontiac. They was very efficient. They made sure that they looked for any people that was inside, children, adults. You guys really, really done a great job. One of those homes was next door to me, where you guys actually kept that home for, and got in there and put that fire out. So I definitely appreciate you and your team's work. We're gonna miss you. And as my colleagues have stated, you done a great job while you was here. And I definitely hate to see you go. Springfield gets a great fire chief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Goodman?
Yeah, just to echo what everyone else has said, one of the first fires of this council's term was in my district, and you handled it amazingly. I mean, protected the houses around it. You did everything you could. I mean, I honestly could not have asked for a better fire chief covering the city of Pontiac. You have served the city well, and I know many of us will miss you, and we're looking to the obvious better years, but, truly thank you for everything that you've done for the city.
Thank you.
Councilman Nicholson?
Everything's been said. Just mazel tov. Good luck in your next life.
Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford?
I wrote mine out because I've known you for a long time. I want to thank you for serving chief when others would have walked away in 2012. You stayed. I want to thank you for treating everybody equally. I want to thank you most importantly for the day when the building burned down and people's lives were lost and everybody was running around trying to figure out what to do. You had a calmness and a compassion that would never go unnoticed. You remember that day?
Oh, yeah.
And I never seen anybody who stood 10 toes down and got people through that. And that's remarkable. I want to thank you for your commitment for every investigation that I've ever asked you about in my district. And I want to thank you for saving lives that would have not been saved. Remember the young lady when you saved her that day? I want to thank you for always being authentic when others don't know how to be. So thank you. Well done, my good and faithful servant. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And finally, I just want to say these expressions of gratitude, they are because we've worked closely, we see firsthand, we hear the candor, we're in the trenches with making these policy decisions, these budget decisions, these staffing decisions, but we're also saying them on behalf of all 61,000 residents of Pontiac, who, by the grace of God, hopefully never have to call the fire department, but in those worst, most trying moments, they must. And you respond speedily, professionally, and literally are lifesavers. So thank you, because you have directly touched many Pontiac our neighbors' lives. And in my instance, on Union Street at Pike Street, you literally are, the fire station is literally my neighbor. So it's been an honor to see you drive by and wave, and thank you for being present and active, because you're pulled in a lot of different directions. You've got a lot of territory to cover, a large team that has a lot of needs. So we always have an open door. If you hear something indirectly through the pipeline, go through your successor, of course, but if there's something noteworthy in terms of resources or collaboration, the City of Pontiac, the Mayor's Office, and City Council, we are eager for it, and we're really grateful for your years of amazing service. So let's give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And if you could now introduce your successor, your fellow Matthew.
So Matt and I, this will choke me up. Great man. He led City of Pontiac as a you were a captain, right, Matt? When you came, 2012 was a captain. We went through a real tough time. The only guy that stood next to me the whole time to figure it out. We did it. So I believe in fairness. So does he. He'll lead you guys in a good direction. So Matt, you're up.
Welcome to the podium, the new fire chief, Matthew Nye. A veteran of the Pontiac Fire Department, ladies and gentlemen. You have the floor. Any introductions you'd like to offer?
Thanks for choking me up there, Chief Covey. First of all, I have quite a shoe complex right now, shoe size complex going on, because he does have big shoes to fill. All the accolades that were just given to him, they're 100% solid, and he's worth every one of them and more. I'll also get a little choked up because we did go through such a tough time together in 2012. It was tough for the city, immensely tough for the city. I've spent a lot of time with the city. I was hired on in 1996, followed in my father's footsteps, my brother's footsteps, my grandfather, my two great uncles. They all worked right across the street at that firehouse. And I spent 27 years right across the street before I went over to that side to work as a battalion chief. But I spent a lot of time with Chief Covey. We grew up together. And he became the facilitator for the Waterford side and myself for the Pontiac side. And it was tough times. So it was a lot of button of heads, and we had to make a lot of tough decisions, and we had to try to get our teams put together. I'm happy to say 12 years later, things are going fantastic. Due to a lot of the hard work that this man right here has done, with him leaving, it's going to be a huge void, but I am definitely up for that challenge. Like I said, I've spent my whole childhood in this city and then my whole adult life as a worker in this city since 1996. I know the ins and outs of it. I know a lot of the people. I'm so excited to start building relationships with you all up here. That's why I was excited to come here tonight. On your desk, you'll find our annual report from last year. Inside of that is the Pontiac numbers, along with Lake Angeles and along with Waterford's also. On top of that, I left a card with my name, email, the business phone, and on the back is the cell phone number, my chief's cell phone number. Please don't hesitate to call me at any time. I will definitely pick up where Matt left off. One of my strengths, I believe, is communication. I think I'm really good at that, and I will be good at that with all of you. Email, calls, text, I'll get right back with you. I'll make sure we come to a solution. And if we can't, we'll figure out what we need to do together. So I kind of had something to say when I was coming up here, and I kind of lost it because Chief Covey got me a little emotional. I'm nervously excited to take this step. This is my second day as the fire chief, so I'm very raw. So I have a lot of things to learn, but I'm excited to learn all those things. I'm excited to work with this team, Lake Angeles teams, Waterford teams. Building relationships and communicating is what it's all about. We all make mistakes. We all have a lot of tough decisions, but together, when we talk to each other, we can figure things out. And that's what's important to me, is the communication aspect of it. So please use that number and reach out to me anytime. If you have any questions at all for me tonight, let me know. I'm here right now if you have any questions. Anybody? Yes, ma'am.
Welcome. My question is about the smoke detector program you guys used to run. Do you see that coming back in the foreseeable future, the free smoke detectors?
So that's currently going on right now.
Okay.
It's been tougher than we thought due to the fact that we actually go out on the fire truck and do the install. The logistical part of it is tough because we have to reach out to the homeowner, find a time that works for them, and make sure it's a time that works for us too. And our fire trucks are coming while they're on active duty, so sometimes they have to go to an emergency run, and then the homeowner might not be there. But I believe we're roughly 35% done with it.
Okay.
So, and then we definitely plan on starting another one.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the way we got to getting these smoke detectors was our community, Waterford and Pontiac together, we were in the top 3 in fire deaths in the state. That's very unfortunate. So we have to work for, for prevention on that. And the State Fire Marshal's Office is working real close with us. We'll continue to get this program done, and then we'll start another one.
And my only follow-up is, if an individual wanted to get involved in that program, what would be the point of contact for them to contact?
Myself.
Okay.
Other questions or feedback for new Chief Nye? So to confirm, you said your father was a Pontiac firefighter?
So my brother was a Pontiac firefighter, my father, my grandfather, my 2 great uncles, my great grandfather, and then my great uncle Harry was a Pontiac police officer.
Wow. What
I don't
an
know anything
amazing family tradition.
So,
Pontiac, please join us in giving a warm round of applause for our new regional fire chief.
appreciate it.
And with that, Chief Covey and new Chief Nye, we've got a copy of the resolution. We'll do a little photograph with a group of the City Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. You can be in front, and we'll file in behind you. All right, that concludes that first special presentation. The next is really just an FYI. Next steps in the move to bring community development block grant funding, or CDBG is the acronym, bringing that funding administration back within the city of Pontiac. So I want to make sure that the community knows that there are 2 public hearings scheduled for Tuesday, April 16th. So that's 2 weeks from tonight. One's at 5 o'clock. And another is at 5:30 p.m. in these very chambers. So it's a public hearing. It will allow community members an opportunity to speak and ask questions, offer their perspective on both bites at the apple. Apple 1 is what we are proposing to be done for the next year, for the funding to come. The bite at the apple 2, the 5:30 p.m. public hearing, that's about reprogramming under $400,000 in 2019 funds, taking what had been set aside for demolition funding and reprogramming that. What the city administration is proposing, that gets reprogrammed to go into the home repair program that was established. So taking, years ago it was set up to be for X funding. That funding was used in part, but not all of it. So it's about reprogramming it, a public hearing, and then following would be a council vote on that decision. So there'll be 2 public hearing opportunities. That's Tuesday, April 16th, 5 and 5:30 p.m. respectively, in this room, the council chambers of Pontiac City Hall. So that's really just an FYI to make sure that that didn't miss anyone's radar. If you want to be there, we want you there. There is a presentation that Grandson Philanthropy did earlier today in a public presentation. City council members can get anyone interested copies of that, but you can also find their plan that they've provided now and what they'll also be doing in the coming days, published on the city's website under the Grants and Philanthropy Department. The Councilman Rutherford in the presentation showed how easy it was to find. 1, 2, 3, click, click, click. Okay, any further discussion on that special presentation? So again, the Mayor Grimo has made it a priority to bring that funding back in-house. The City Council has made that a priority to bring that funding back in-house versus it being administered out at the county, because it gets diluted, literally and figuratively. It doesn't get as much bang for the buck for Pontiac's many pressing needs for our community development. So we are eager as a city council to make sure we're moving in that direction and getting all those pieces of the puzzle in place. Hearing nothing further, that concludes that special presentation. Now we are at funding and strategies for repairing Pontiac roads and bridges. Requested presentation from Mayor Grimo and the acting city engineer. We give the floor to you, Mayor Grimo.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we are now officially in spring and we have some of the regular spring problems with our roads in terms of the potholes that have emerged, as occurs every spring in every community. We thought this was a good opportunity to use this time of year to provide additional information both to City Council and to the broader community about the basic ABCs, if you will, of road funding. And a lot of this is about the basic information regarding how road funding works for any community in terms of Act 51, which is the state law that provides the bulk of road funding for all communities in the state, and how that works. But also to get into some of the specifics regarding Pontiac in terms of how much money comes to Pontiac through Act 51. What are other sources of potential funding for the city? And how do we grade or rate the quality of roads, not just in Pontiac, but throughout the state? We don't have quite as serious a problem with potholes this spring as we've had in past years because we've had a very mild winter, and so we haven't had quite the same degree this year of freeze thaw as we've had in past years, but we do have a lot of needs when it comes to the city's roads. And so with that, I want to introduce the city engineer, Shannon Filarecki, to walk us through all of the facts and figures when it comes to road funding in the city of Pontiac.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Road conditions and the need for improvement has been a pretty prominent topic since I've come to the city. And so I think I'm hoping that some of this information will be helpful to everybody to understand what goes into maintaining a road network and how and what funding is available to allow us to do that. So on this slide, what you see is a list of, or a statement of the number of roads that we currently have in the city of Pontiac. While many of the roads traversing the city are considered ours to maintain, operate, and monitor, we do have some that don't belong to us. There are some roads that are under the jurisdiction of the Michigan Department of Transportation or Oakland County. So Oakland County has a section of Orchard Lake Road west of Telegraph. They have Updike Road, and then they have all of the roads in the county complex. So if we look at our GIS map, it really shows us that we've got 11 county roads, but 9 of those kind of sit in the county complexes. And so it's not, you wouldn't get the impression that we really have that many county roads. So we kind of wanted to highlight that a little differently. But we do have 534 local roads and 96 major roads. So within that, we break down the amount of mileage of roads that we have by lane miles. Here you can see we have a very large number of local roads and very few major roads. But when we look at it on a lane mile basis, you can see we're pretty equal. Our major roads have such wide thoroughfares and increased number of lanes that they basically come out to be a 50-50 split from a lane mile standpoint. some of the activities and things that we're responsible for in maintaining the roads, it's not just potholes and making sure that it's a smooth drive surface. The funds that we get through Act 51 and or supplemented through general fund or other avenues have to cover the wages and benefits of the DPW staff that maintain those roadways, that do the pothole patching, cold patch, hot patch, oversee the signage installation, maintaining the storm sewer network. So there's a multitude of things. So we pay for their wages out of there. We handle snow plowing, mowing of the right-of-way, street signage, making sure that that's compliant with federal regulatory standards, traffic signals, making sure those are in compliance, street lighting, transportation planning, biennial inspections of both the ridge or the bridges and the road conditions, regular road maintenance, traffic counts, catch basin and storm sewer maintenance, regulatory compliance, pavement markings, our maintenance of our municipal separate storm sewer system, street sweeping, OSHA training for the street crews so that we're in compliance and keep our employees safe, as well as any capital improvement projects, like much of the work that you're seeing around the city now. So funding sources, there's not really a lot. The primary source is Act 51. There are a couple of other places where we can get funding. The Federal Aid Transportation Improvement Program, or affectionately known to most of us as the TIP, is a 5-year program. You have to apply for funding through the Federal Aid Committee. The project then gets scored. A good portion of that is based on the volume of traffic across that roadway. And if you get into the fundable range, then we can get funding to do a project. But the monies available for that are spread across the entire county, not just within the limits of the city of Pontiac. The other option is the Oakland County Local Road Improvement Program, but the volume on that is only about $200,000 a year, and so that really doesn't get us a lot on roads. We can save that up over a number of years and apply it to a larger project, but that takes time. And then a lot of communities utilize general fund to supplement because the Act 51 funding just isn't sufficient for us to be able to properly manage and maintain a road network. I don't know of a single community in the state that says my Act 51 funding is enough to maintain my road network. There always needs to be some supplemental funding available. So from Act 51, since this is our primary source, we get funding through that act in 2 different ways. One is for major roads and one is for local roads. Major roads get funded at a higher rate than local roads. It's all done through the gas tax that runs through the state. Over the last couple of years, we've gotten on average about $2 million worth of funding through Act 51 for our local road network. And we get a little bit over 6 to 6.5 for our major road network. So 15% of our roads are, while 50% of the lane miles are major roads, only 15% of the road names are major roads, and 76% of our funding goes to those. 85% of the roads are classified as local roads, but only 24% of the funding goes to the local roads. We can't move money from local roads into major roads. We can on a very, very limited basis. We can't move money from major roads to local roads unless we're going to pay it back. And there's a whole multitude of things that we have to go through in order to get approvals from the state to do that. As a point of reference, we've recently gone through and done the speed humps throughout the city. We installed them, and I think it's like 108 locations. So we've got about 318 speed humps throughout the city. The cost of installing those speed humps was $600,000. Roughly 1/3 of the entire amount of funding that we get from the state is what funded those speed humps. So it took 1/3 of our budget away for maintenance on other issues. We have been successful in getting project-specific funding through the TIP and through appropriations or the grants department. Through the federal TIP program, we funded the Orchard Lake Road project that was completed last summer for the bridge replacement and the road reconstruction. The Franklin Road project that took place late last summer, early in the fall, and is finishing up right now. Golf and Bagley, which is just starting right now. We've got about $4.1 million through the TIP for that project. $2.1 million for some pedestrian safety enhancements that we're doing at traffic signals and the ADA ramp crossings and the push ped signals to make it safer for pedestrians to cross. The MLK resurfacing is another project that's getting funded. It's out for bids right now through the Michigan Department of Transportation. Bids are expected in this Friday, and then we'll be looking to start construction on that probably late May, early June. The Paddock Street Bridge needs to have some repairs. We were able to get $67,000 out of the bridge fund through the TIP program. And then the Walton Boulevard Safety Improvement Program was another $1.7 million. The thing to keep in mind with this is all of these require a match. So the funds that we get through the TIP for road reconstruction is an 80-20 split. 80% is paid through the feds, 20% is funded through the city. That's just for the construction cost. The city also has to foot the bill for the design engineering and the construction engineering and construction administration. So all of that comes out of our Act 51 funding. So if we look at it, federal TIP money was about $21 million. Other funding through grants and other supplemental funds that were used as matches was about $4 million. But the city contributed $7.6 million to those projects on the left side of the screen up there. We did get an appropriation from the state in the amount of $10 million for the MLK Bridge replacement program or project, along with some minor road repairs. So we'll be going out for a request for proposals for design engineering firm to design that bridge and roadway very shortly. We're expecting another $4.3 million from the federal government, and that will assist in completing the construction of the bridge. So a portion of the $10 million will be used for design, and the balance of that will be used for construction. I know that there have been some conversations and discussions about whether or not it would be pertinent to do some temporary repairs to the existing closed bridge. But the time that it's going to take us to get a consultant in, to do the survey, to do the design, and get the bids prepared, get a contractor on board to effect a temporary repair, by the time we start doing that temporary repair, we would probably only be 3 to 6 months away from tearing the bridge down altogether. So in my professional opinion, it's probably not good money. I mean, we could put that money to some other road improvement projects that could benefit us more rather than spending money and then tearing it down, 6 months later. And then, like I said, the LRP program is, we get about $200,000 annually that we can save up and apply to a larger project as it comes up. So the useful life of a roadway is about 20 years if no preventative maintenance is done to it. If we do preventative maintenance, then we can extend the useful life of that road network for a much longer period. We typically try to incorporate a mix of fixes when maintaining a road network. Preventative maintenance is always much, much cheaper than doing the heavier maintenance. Light rehabilitation gets a little bit more expensive. That's kind of some of the work that we've been doing. It's what we call a 3R project. So we just remove a bit of the pavement and put fresh pavement down on top, but we don't really make any major structural repairs underneath that. It's just kind of giving you a nice smooth surface to drive on again. And then total reconstruction. Good drainage, preventative maintenance, those things are critical. If we do those things and we get ahead of the game, we can extend the useful life of the roadway. So Part of the process in maintaining a roadway, we're required to do biennial inspections. Every 2 years, we have to go through and rate the condition of the road network. That is typically done from intersection to intersection. So we could have multiple, what we call PASER ratings on a given stretch of road, because each segment from intersection to intersection can be different. So the average PASER rating of a roadway can be different. You may drive from one intersection to another and the road could be horrendous, and then 2 blocks later, it's in pretty good condition. So when you average that out over the whole distance, it gives you a different rating than you would just in the immediate location. So it's something to consider. The PASER rating, which is a pavement surface and evaluation rating system, it's a national rating system that all communities use to rate their roadways, is typically done on a scale of 0 to 10. A rating of 0 to 4, I can't really do a lot of light reconstruction or preventative maintenance to, because it's just in such bad shape that we need to reconstruct the roadway. Sometimes a 4 isn't too far gone, and we might be able to sneak in a light mill and resurface project. But for the most part, that the 4 and 5s, those are going to be a real heavy rehabilitation. And then a 5 to a 7 is more in lines with a light rehab or preventative maintenance, like crack sealing. When we see the cracks in the road, we should be going out there once they get to a certain width and installing this rubber coating that'll help seal it off so the water doesn't get in the road, and then when it freezes, heave the roadway and create more problems for us. Right now, the average rating for the average PASER rating for the streets in Pontiac is 3.1. So we are down in that reconstruction rating schedule. Average cost to repair a lane mile. Now keep in mind, we have as many lane miles on major and local road as we do on local roads. So even though we've got a lot more local streets, the lane miles are about the same. Average cost per lane mile for preventative maintenance is about $109,000 per lane mile. So if you have a 4-lane roadway, for a mile of that, we're talking about $440,000 to do a light mill and resurfacing project. And that'll extend the useful life about 6.5 years. If we do that on a regular basis, we can get a really long life out of that road. Rehabilitation, when we get into that 4 and 5 range, we're talking about close to $1 million to do that work for every lane mile. So you're talking about 1 mile of roadway with 4 lanes is a $4 million project. But you'll get about 16 years out of it. Total reconstruction, $3.2 million a lane mile. And we'll get 20 years out of it. We'll get longer if we transition from that reconstruction immediately into preventative maintenance. So if we take into consideration the number of lane miles that we've got throughout the city, the average PASER rating being 3.1, so it's in a reconstruction zone, we want to talk about the amount of money that we have in road infrastructure alone. We're looking at about $3 billion worth of road infrastructure in the city of Pontiac.
Meaning that's what exists currently.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
An asset, but that's what the current sort of remaining investment as at the poor 3.1 rating, it still has this.
No, what I'm saying is in order for us, if we look at the road network now and the number of lane miles that we've got, we basically have to reconstruct all of them.
And that would
The
be that
cost
total
of doing
price
that is about $3 billion.
All right, I'll stop inserting myself. How bleak, keep going.
So in conclusion, and we're trying not to make this a really long thing, but just, to try and highlight some of the things that we need to deal with in both the DPW and the engineering department. Our needs and our wants far exceed the little bitty dollars that we get for the projects. If we go back, if we go to this slide, we're talking about $7 million that the city put in as the match for these TIP projects in 2 years. These are all on major roadways. We only get a total of $12 million total to maintain the road, to do the striping, to make sure all of the street signs are in place, that they meet the reflectivity requirements, that we're paying for the electricity on the traffic signals, that pedestrian crossings are safe, that the school signage is out there. The storm sewers alone, we've had 20 collapses in storm sewers in the year that I've been here. So we've got a 100-year-old storm network underneath our $3 billion road network. And that storm sewer system also needs to be repaired and maintained in order to preserve the useful life of our road network. So there is a very, very large volume of work that we need to undertake in order to try and get these roads back to a good condition.
I'm going to, since I think a lot of people have feedback, I'll just get on the road. Mayor Greimel.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Engineer Filarecki. I want to emphasize that I think one of the bigger concerns the members of the community have is that a lot of our local roads, that is to say neighborhood roads, are in particularly tough shape. And obviously our local road network, although it has the same number roughly of lane miles as the major roads, gets a lot less money through Act 51. It only gets about $2 million a year for the local roads. And I'm sure members of the public noticed that in terms of the TIP funding, which we rely heavily on, like all communities do, for major road projects, that virtually all of those TIP projects, maybe literally all of those TIP projects, are on major roads, and not just major roads as classified by the city, but some of the larger major roads. And I'm hoping you can speak to how the TIP scoring happens in terms of the selection of qualifying roads for those federal dollars, and why it's difficult for local roads, neighborhood roads to score well, and why it's even hard for some of the smaller major roads to score well in order to get some of those funds.
So let me get to my little notes here. So there's about $50 million total available on the TIP, and that's for the entire county. So in 2 years, we've gotten, $20 million out of there. So I think we've been doing pretty good on our major roadways, our bigger major roadways. But one of the big things that they use for scoring is average daily traffic loads. And our residential streets or our local streets don't have enough average daily traffic on them to score high enough to get the funding. So it's the entire county that sits together and meets on what projects were submitted and how many people that project is going to benefit and how much that's going to improve the scoring of the roadway, not necessarily the PASER rating, but your average travel times. And we just don't have enough traffic on the local roadways to get those to qualify for any sort of funding out of the TIP.
Thank you. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's a very good presentation, but I recall when I was talking with someone from the previous council, they mentioned when they did the Paddock Street repair, it cost about $1 million a mile, and you're saying now it's up to $3 million?
That's what we're finding, absolutely.
Is that because of materials and stuff?
Yeah, materials have gone up substantially.
Okay.
And then we've got a lower workforce too, so in order for contractors to keep people employed, they're paying a much higher rate as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, thank you again for the presentation, and it was helpful. It looks like we have a problem with how we're being scored, for the TIP money, because, if our problem is that our local streets are just in such terrible shape, and just in this week, I have ridden on some streets that it's just really tough to see the shape that our neighborhood streets are in. I'm wondering what can we do to address that, because it's first of all, it's good that we are getting the major streets repaired, like the Gulf Drives, because they're important. But we also do not want, at the way that things are currently set up, we're never going to be able to get our neighborhood streets done unless there is some kind of a millage, because this formula simply leaves out neighborhood streets. Is there anything that we can do would they be applicable to, us petitioning them about how they score these projects?
So we do have regular federal aid committee meetings, and there is a scoring group that puts forth recommendations to the federal aid committee, and then the voting members of the federal aid committee to make the final determination on which roads get done. But none of the communities have local residential streets funded through the TIP. If we only have $50 million annually for the county, and the city of Pontiac got $21 million over the last 2 years, we're getting a pretty big chunk of that TIP dollar. And none of the other communities are putting them on their residential streets. For most of the communities that I've worked in over the course of my career, for local roadways, they do it one of three ways, or a combination of three different things. One is supplemental dollars coming from the general fund to supplement the road fund and have that dedicated strictly to local road projects. The other is special assessment districts, where the benefiting parties of that road improvement, i.e. that specific subdivision or that specific area, would be assessed the cost of improving that roadway. And oftentimes the community carries a portion of that special assessment district, considering an at-large improvement that benefits the community as a whole. And the other one is a dedicated road millage that is dedicated specifically for projects that can't get funded through the TIP.
Mr. President, I would ask that the appropriate subcommittees would take up this discussion. I know I have Parks, Recreation, and Public Works, so part of it, I would be willing to take on in our meetings, but we need to really get down to the teeth of this in our subcommittees, and because we've got to find some solutions, because under the current plan, there just is there's no plan for us to fix our local roads, and our local roads, our neighborhood streets need help. So we have got to get a plan started, and I would recommend that we start with our subcommittees.
Thank you, and maybe we establish a special work group or special, subcommittee specifically for this topic. But
I would be open to that.
I'll discuss that further with the pro tem. It's very appropriate that we take up this looming issue.
Yeah.
Find out what our options are. Pro tem.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First and foremost, I thank you for your report. Just got a few questions. Some things that you mentioned concerning, how many drains did you say that the city actually, you said how many drains we have in the city that the city controls?
So the city controls the entire stormwater network. I think I found an old stormwater master plan, and I think it said something like 153 miles of storm sewer. Okay. Plus, there's also county drains that run through the city as well. So there are drain assessments that the city's responsible to pay as well.
So currently, right now, your department knows exactly where the city stormwater drains are located. And the reason I'm asking you that, because for the last decade or so, there's been issues of who owns these particular drains in the 6th District. Mm-hmm. And our citizens are actually have a lot of issues with a lot of drain water going into their basements. Mm-hmm. And anytime they come to the city, it's said that you don't own these particular drains. So what I'm thinking is that the city just don't know who owns the drains. So that's the reason why I'm asking you the question, because I'm going to send you an email tomorrow asking you for where those drains are.
So, I'm kind of at the behest of the people that came before me. And looking at the data that has been collected, the city's done a pretty good job of trying to get everything into our geographical information system so that we can have at our fingertips where the drains are. Our DPW crews, as they go out, as the Miss Dig stakers go out and they notify or they identify that something is different than what's on the map, they're filling out a little form and saying, hey, we need to update GIS and moving that over. we're also trying to identify ownership wherever and whenever we can. A lot of times, the rear yard drainage was done as part of what they call assessor's plats when properties were originally split by municipalities. And in that, there's always an easement that's left on those plats for, they call them public utilities for private use. So it's typically maintained by that subdivision or that district. It's a residential drain, and it's not owned by the city or by the county. So there are plenty of places where there are probably areas where it's wet, where there have been wetlands filled. I ran across one of those in Councilwoman James's district, where there was a wetland and there was a drain that went through it. Then that drain was enclosed. The wetland kind of semi-dried up. But in wet seasons, they do still get a lot of ponding in the backyard. Unfortunately, the soils are wetland soils. There's really nothing that the city can do about it. We don't own it. We can offer to help, and we can provide information on where they might be able to go to get somebody to design a drain network or a connection to a county drain. In this case, there was a county drain on the neighboring property with a catch basin that the resident could tie into. So we provided them with information on how to contact the Oakland County Water Resource Commissioner's office and what process they would need to go through to get a permit in order to tap that drain and try and drain their rear yards. But if it's a wetland, we also have to talk to the state because we're not allowed to touch wetlands. So those are regulated, and the state has to give permits if you're going to drain one and dry it up.
Well, thank you for the information, but I'm more talking about specific areas of residential subdivisions, not necessarily wetlands. So I do understand that.
Mm-hmm. We do have some subdivisions in the city that were never dedicated to the city. So there are private roads and storm sewers that belong to that homeowners association or that subdivision. So I'd be happy to look at whatever areas you're going to send over.
Well, these are not homeowner associations. This is the city of Pontiac, residential streets. So we can talk offline.
Okay.
And my second statement is concerning your pastor's rating. I had a chance to look at that report, and I also had a chance to look at some other city reports concerning the same ratings. And I've seen that the city of Pontiac report was really lacking in a lot of information per street. Mm-hmm. And I definitely would like to see a more complete PACER rating done for the streets. Because when I pull ours out and I go to a couple other cities and pull theirs out, you could immediately see the difference of those reports.
You mean with respect to the volume of data collected or with respect to the information on?
Information and improvements that you guys suggest per street.
Right. So that is one of the things that I've run across here. We do not have a road asset management plan, so we are kind of behind the ball on that. It was required to be submitted to the state a couple of years ago. In order for us to complete that asset management plan, we actually have to pick up a lot of our assets. We don't have catch basin, or we don't have a lot of our culverts mapped. We don't have a lot of the guardrails mapped. There are things that we need to be able to go out in the field and do data collection in order to build those maps before we can prepare a detailed asset management plan. There haven't been condition assessments done on any of them. We have done condition assessments on a number of storm sewer networks. We've got CCTV video data that shows the condition of that, and we have recommendations from the CCTV camera company that did that work, telling us what they would recommend for maintenance, but we do not have that for anything else. Now, we did recently just start restriping the roads, so we did the major line striping last year. We're hoping to do the special stripings, like your stop bars and your school crossings and your pedestrian crossings in this year's budget. But again, we have to have the budget to be able to do that, and we have to be able to have the time to do that.
No further questions.
Councilman Goodman? Okay. Councilwoman Rutherford?
Okay. What is the funding? What funding is the administration, yielded administration currently trying to do or get or receive to offset the $3 billion deficit. The purpose of this presentation is because, and two, isn't the purpose of this presentation is because you guys are trying to do a road millage? And if so, why not just say that instead of just doing this presentation? I yield to the administration.
So, Mayor Grima, would you like to take that question?
Yeah, it really is about trying to make sure that City Council and the community has full information. We want to explore in partnership with City Council what solutions are feasible and what the best path forward is. But we realized in recent months that there was a lack of information out there about just the fundamentals and the basics when it comes to how much money does the city get and what can we use different pots of money for? What are all of these streams of revenue available for our roads? So at this stage, it's really just about making sure that everyone's on the same page in terms of the basic facts.
My follow-up question again is earlier this year, you guys tried to introduce something in regards to the roads. Do you not recall?
How about you go through
the chair? Oh, yeah, you recall. Chair, sorry. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. So I just want to make sure at this time the administration is not trying to do a road millage, a bond, or anything in regards to the roads because we've already put so much on the citizens, and I think it's just important that we be very transparent about the question. So the question is, are you trying to do a road millage? That's what I want to know. I yield to the administration.
Yeah, not at this point.
Okay.
We had brought forward a proposal to do that. It actually wasn't earlier this year. It was last year in November. And that was not supported by City Council at the time. And so, again, this is just about trying to make sure that the community and City Council both understand the basic facts surrounding road funding in the city.
Thank you.
For my questions, Paddock Street Bridge, is that referencing north of M59 or Huron, like the bridge that goes over the Clinton River by the cemetery? Okay. And the decision to use Act 51 funds for the speed humps, the City Council voted to approve speed humps. Why not use general fund dollars? Was it just to try and consolidate and preserve general fund dollars? The City Council has expressed our interest to infuse more speed humps for traffic calming and safety purposes. Is that an eligible expense with American Rescue Plan funds? I'm just curious why it was Act 51 dollars used for that. That's the first question. Would you like to take
Yeah,
that?
I didn't mean to imply that we actually did use Act 51 dollars. I was using it as a comparison. We
Okay.
get $1.9 million for local roads to put in 108 speed humps or 318 little individual pieces. It cost us $600,000. The cost of that is about 1/3 of the total amount of money that we get in road repair funding.
Okay, that's helpful context. The City Council voted last fall for what I understood to be a road condition assessment or a road condition master plan. Is the administration able to help me understand what explicitly that was? Was it an asset? What element of the plan was it? Because what you've identified is illuminating about pieces of the puzzle that need to be in place before we can go for more and to be compliant with the state. So I want to make sure that the city does that, and I imagine it has to be some professional firms that we'll engage with for that. So I'm interested to know the price tag. Sounds like it might be incorporated into the fiscal year budget proposal, but Mayor or Deputy Mayor, can you give us a status update on what we voted on and approved? Okay.
I can do that.
Okay,
So what you
acting
voted
engineer.
on
Yep.
was an initial piece of what we need in order to do the asset management plan. We needed to figure out what the condition of the roadway network was, how much data we actually had available, how much was missing, what holes we needed to fill. And so that was the first step. One of the big pieces in trying to determine that on selecting the mix of fixes that might be available is how much funding is available from the city and or Act 51 or the TIP in order to meet the needs of bringing up that road network or the PASER rating of the road network. So there's been this uncertainty as to how much budget do we actually have in order to do that. If we're looking at just strictly the Act 51 funding, the amount of dollars available for capital improvement is slim to none. The city has been utilizing some of the fund balance in the major and local road networks in order to complete a lot of the projects that they've undertaken in the last 2 to 3 years. And so we are back down to kind of some slim pickings on our fund balance, especially in the local road network. We're, if I remember correctly, we were just looking at the budget, I think it's under $2 million left in the fund balance for the local road network.
Okay.
So that was the first piece. The next piece is to move forward with trying to do the data collection piece that we need to finish our asset management plan so that the state doesn't withhold any of our Act 51 funding for noncompliance. So we are currently working on getting prices to have somebody come in and, you know how Google does the Google Earth and you can drive the roads? Well, we can do that on a survey level. So we can drive the road network for the city and we can pick up curb conditions, placement of street signs. We can get actual GPS locations of those down to the centimeter so that we can build that GPS network and get it into our GIS map so that we can report that out to the state. And then we can view that data in order to do condition assessments and then only have to make site visits out in the areas like culvert data collection, condition assessments, and the undersides of bridges. So that would be our next step to move forward, to finish that data collection. And once we have all of that in place, then we can start to really build a plan for capital improvement.
So right now, the city does not have it mapped out, the guardrails as they exist in the city?
We have some, we don't have all.
Okay.
And we don't have any of the culverts.
Okay.
Or the road signage.
So part of where City Council expressed their concern about green lighting X millions of dollars in funding for dedicated roads, for local roads funding, is we want to know that the city is ready and prepared to deploy that funding in the most strategic way. Mm-hmm. And we know that if of these many, many miles across the city, we want the funding, no matter how large or small the people want it to be, goes to the area of the greatest need. That the most crumbling streets are the ones that we focus on the most. I do salute that you and those that went before you, I think that we got a lot of bang for our buck going the major roads route. I mean, we were gobbling the money where we could, as limited as it was, and that's why we've been able to see all these major projects come online. Mm-hmm. So it's getting results, and we just are, right now, want to be strategic about if there's going to be an infusion of other various sources that are targeted to neighborhood roads, that we're ready for prime time, that we're ready to deploy it and use it and do it in the way that's the smartest. So the City Council is ready from the elements that you've identified. When we're putting together the budget, we want to include the elements that need to be there so that you're compliant, the royal we, the city is compliant with the state of Michigan, so we don't lose out on future Act 51 money or cause a pause or anything like that, but also so we have a full picture of what we're dealing with, because the only way we're going to bite this, eat this elephant of $3 billion of deteriorated roads is one bite at a time. So exactly. We want to know where's the best biting at, on this elephant hide, and that's what
I'm trying to figure out.
Yep. So I really want to thank you, because the work that you and your team have done have gotten us here. You mentioned GIS being really important in this strategy. Mm-hmm. Has the city replaced their GIS staff member that left?
Not as of yet.
Okay. Is that a position that is posted presently that community members can pursue?
Not yet. We did talk to the GIS person before she left, and one of the comments that she had made is that she almost did not apply for that position because the job description, it was written as a GIS tech when it was really more for an administrator. So we've been talking with administration about the potential of splitting into two and having a GIS administrator and a GIS technician so that we might be able to really start to move this stuff forward. Because it also ties in with CityWorks, our work order management software system.
Okay. And so that's got to be renewed annually. We already did that as a city council in recent weeks.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Further questions, Pro Tem? Followed by Council.
No, I'm going to pass.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Just for informational purposes, how long has that job been open to the, from the administration?
Maybe close to a month now.
We welcome
I don't
this.
remember
Sounds
right
like it might be a month approximately, but we welcome the strategy if you need to split it or, so make it clear and competitive, because that's a really specific need, but a need that's acute. Anything further, Councilman Rutherford?
No, you answered.
Councilman Parker, did you have a hand earlier? Okay. Any final discussion on this special presentation? Obviously very complex, but also pretty straightforward. So we want to make sure that we know what we know, need to know, and that the community knows as well. Thank you, Ms. Filarecki, for your time in spelling this all out for us.
Thank you.
Okay. And just as a quick FYI, do you want to share with everyone where things stand with road projects that are either just now starting or about to start? What should...
Sure. Franklin Road is under construction now. We're trying to finalize that. They had some material issues. They were waiting for manhole covers, so now they're coming in and carving around the structures that are in the roadway, making sure they seal those up so we don't get any infiltration, then pouring concrete back. The catch with concrete pavement is we've got to let it cure before you can drive on it. So it has to reach its strength. Sometimes that's 7 days, sometimes it's 15. It really does depend on the temperature and the amount of water in the mixture. So that's undergoing, and then we did get good word from the contractor who has the Golf and Bagley project, and they are ready to get going. So they're actually going to start a week early and start on Monday. Their signage is already up. Notifications have been sent out to all the residents through Constant Contact. The update in the schedule has been sent out to everybody. If you're interested, there is information. I believe, Polly, is that on our website?
I just got some information this afternoon. We'll make sure that it's updated.
Okay.
We're going to send out all of the digital information as we normally do.
So everybody will get up to date. And I believe we made sure that every one of the council members were on that constant contact list. So any communications that go out on any of our construction projects, you should be getting the notice the same time your residents do.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
Just a question. I had received a call Monday from Dr. Basha, who currently still owns Franklin. My question is, what is going on with the machinery that's being parked on his property, and how is the administration dealing with that?
So we heard about that this morning. We immediately contacted the construction contractor, and they rapidly moved their equipment.
Thank you so much.
It wasn't identified, but does Act 51 dollars pay for the regular inspection of bridges in the city of Pontiac?
We do utilize the dollars to do that. We've also been blessed this year, so SEMCOG put a call out for communities to apply for grant funding to do the PASER rating for their road work, and the city of Pontiac was granted the funding to do the PASER rating. So SEMCOG will be, or they actually already have advertised to get a consulting engineer to come in and do the PASER ratings for the roads. So last time it was done was in 2022. We're due again this year, so the road network's going to be analyzed this year through SEMCOG.
And the road network includes the bridges?
The surface of the bridges.
Okay.
The bridge assessments themselves are done through MyBridge. We get notifications from the state on when we need to do those, and then we use our consulting engineering firms to go out and do that inspection and make sure that the reports get into MyBridge.
And Mayor Grimo had previously communicated to the council and the community that the firm that had done the bridge support inspection previously for the MLK bridge in question is we're no longer utilizing services. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. We obviously take it very seriously. We want to make sure all the bridges, and the older they get, the more vulnerable they get. We want to make sure that everyone's safe with our bridge structures.
Right. So when we do the inspections, we identify any repairs that need to be made. The inspector also provides a cost estimate associated with those repairs, and then we look to get either funding through the critical bridge fund through the federal aid committee, or we look for ways to fund that out of our Act 51 dollars.
Councilman Parker?
My question is about some of the repair projects that we got going on right now. We got we got Franklin Road down. We're planning on getting Gulf Road down. And the reason I'm asking this question because I just happened to get caught on Franklin Road because I forgot it was closed and I had to back up. But in the process, a train came. So that blocks off Woodward, that blocks off Rapid, and MLK is already closed. We're getting ready to start on Gulf. Which way does the ambulance go to get to that hospital?
So the contractors are required to keep a lane open on Gulf. Gulf, I believe, is heading west. Franklin is heading north. We've communicated all of that out with the ambulances in the area. We've communicated that out with SMART. We've communicated that out to MDOT and the fire department. So everybody is aware of where the closures are so that they can find their alternate routes and have those planned ahead of time.
What is the alternate routes, though, if you know?
That I
'Cause
couldn't
didn't
tell you
know.
off the top
I
of my
wasn't
head.
I wasn't
They
in on the
coordinate
email.
those, not our department.
I'm sorry?
The alternate route that an ambulance would take to avoid MLK and Franklin and or Gulf, that's in their purview, not mine. We design detour routes. We provide those, and that's what all of the signage educates the average driver to. But how an ambulance is going to alternate their route in order to get the most expeditious path to the hospital, that's something that they work out internally. Many of them have software systems in their vehicles that will route them through the fastest path.
For the average citizen, though, myself being included, when all those roads are closed and the train is coming, what do you do?
I think we have to wait. It's not a good answer. It's not one that I like to give. But if a train is there, we got to wait for the train to pass. I also can't control the railroad. They have their cycle and their systems that they run on. And it makes it really, really difficult. With the volume of road work that we're doing here in the city, trying to find adequate detour routes in order to maintain traffic through here is tough. So that's something else that we need to be considering when we're deciding how much money to be spending on the roads and at what times we want to do that. So with Franklin Road, it was let later in the season because we didn't have all of the easements that we needed in order to do some of the work. MDOT won't let us bid those projects until those easements are in hand. So we either have to gap the project, which we did on Bagley. We have 2 easements we still need to get in order to finish the trail piece of Bagley. And so we had to remove those from the contract in order to bid it, to be able to get a contractor in here to be able to do the job and get it done. Our construction season runs from April 15th to November 15th. We have to work when the asphalt plants are open, and we have to work when the concrete batch plants can produce the concrete and it can cure in the proper amount of time so that it maintains its strength. So we're limited here in Michigan to a small window. If we don't get in and start construction early in the year, we can't finish it by the end of the year, then that contractor has to come back in, just like they're doing on Franklin, to finish that piece, and then that creates an issue or a conflict with another project we're doing. So it's a juggling act, and it's not an easy one.
Well, yeah, I understand, because, as I said, I had to sit for about 15 minutes to wait, and that's why I thought about it. I'm like, if I was an ambulance that forgot and just happened to go the wrong direction, and now I got to get back, and now there's a train coming, if I ain't got somebody to pushing and pressing, I'm in trouble.
Right. Understood.
And I think we probably need to figure out a better way to do that. And I don't know what that is, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe even the Square Lake exit is going to be closed off sometime pretty soon, too. So now you can't even go down the highway and come back and get it. So
yeah, it is
I'm just
definitely
concerned that somebody's going to get either seriously injured or may even die because of the work that we're doing without explaining to some of the citizens, and as you said, the ambulance probably already knows, but explaining to some citizens what is the detours that we can use to get there.
Yeah, we can do some coordination with the Public Relations Office over here to try and get some of those detour routes maybe in an easier to digest version, and we can get them posted up to the website so that they'd be available there. Other than that, and the construction signage that goes out, I don't really know what other options we have. We're using Constant Contact to notify residents and provide them with information on lane closures and lane shifts, start and end of construction dates. We're doing everything in our power, but it does make it difficult, and I apologize for those disruptions.
And I do want to make it clear, I forgot, because I did see the sign, and I was driving, muscle memory, just where I usually go. So I ended up over there, I'm like, oops, can't go that way. And then the train came, so it did cause a problem. And I was like, oh, what do we do when that happens?
Right.
And I'm sure sometimes the driver in his process of going where the ambulance driver in their process of going where they go kicks in, and their memory kicks in, and that's the way we
Right.
always go. And now, oops, I can't get that way anymore. So just something we need to probably consider.
Yeah, and we have made a very concerted effort to notify both the fire department, the police department, the ambulances that operate within the city, the smart bus system, all of the changes that are going on, all of the construction activities that are occurring, so that everybody can at least have the information in front of them as a head start.
Right. Well, thank you.
As a quick FYI, it was referenced Square Lake Road. It's not in Pontiac, but in Bloomfield Township. Starting, I want to say, like next weekish, that there'll be a whole season of construction. So I think it's westbound Square Lake between I-75 and Woodward Avenue. Westbound, like heading closer to Woodward from the freeway, is fully closed. And then later in the season, they'll swap, and then eastbound will be fully closed. So if that's part of your commute or your routine, we want to make sure you know about that major inconvenience. That's a state project. Okay. Any final questions? All right. This was long, but this was important. Thank you very much. We're now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, who's the first requester?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Ms. Regina Campbell.
Do you want to be moved to public comment? Okay. Do you want to speak? Okay. Yep, the CDBG public hearings is April 16th, 5 and 5:30 here.
Mr. Carlton Jones, items 3, 5, 6, 10, et cetera, et cetera.
Good evening. It's always good to get some information, and sometimes you can't always respond properly to information until after you hear it. And one of the things I will say, I can appreciate technical people when they put information on the table, because a lot of times if you don't know that technical information, it can be hard to follow. But it was clear to me, and I want to commend Councilman Rutherford. I think she asked some appropriate question, and I think Councilman Parker asked appropriate question. That bridge is critical because of a train. That bridge is critical because of a train. That train is something that affects people that live there. So that's almost like an emergency situation for us to drop that bridge down for 4 years. It creates an emergency situation for people who live there. It's not an economic situation, dollars and cents, saying you can't afford to do it. You can shore that bridge up temporarily. It should have been shored up a long time ago. But let's forget about the past. We're talking about still 2 to 3 more years before that bridge is going to be shored up or fixed. We as a community are asking, because of the same thing Mr. Parker was talking about, it's worth shoring up. The situation where our local streets are worth dealing with, and it's not a $4 billion thing for us to look at. I'm going to say that because I know I'm on the clock, ain't but short, because I got something else to say, too, about this other item. This item of bringing in this company out of Chicago, and they have no type of DEI is ridiculous. You would never have that in Detroit. How are they so good that they can't bring some type of diversity, equity, and inclusion to the table? We have to look at that. That's our city. We are 70% African American and brown folks here in this city. If we're not looking at that, something wrong with us. We will never correct injustice until we look at the reality of what it's caused, and it's caused economically.
That concludes your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Closed session, which is on the agenda today.
Okay.
So the youth rec design contract that you postponed two times, because there was additional information that was brought out that council you may want to look at, including the bids. They're still not in the packet. So I guess you got to decide, council, whether you're just going to be brushed aside and the information you want to have, administration doesn't have to provide for you. But I'm wondering why they don't want you to see the bids and the process. So that's just very curious. But what I do want to speak to also is the closed session. There's another closed session on this agenda, and it looks like it's about the Viva Cypria settlement. And that has been coming up lately. In fact, I went to the GERS board meeting myself because a lot of us are concerned with the frustration that our retirees have, that extra money a month from pension increases that they could get has been delayed for so long. And it's been delayed because the settlement agreement that was approved by council way back in July 13th of 2017 was not allowed to go through. Mayor Grimo refused to implement it and have it go through because those changes could have happened with a new actuarial study and to get the roadmap for how that could be done for our retirees. So they've gone a long time without getting this additional money. And I'm just saying to you, council, there's a way that could be done. I've even asked our IT department. I had 2 town halls and how that could be done. Left the roadmap, left the plan. And so now it's time to go ahead and get that done. I wish, council, you would take charge of that and get that going because our retirees shouldn't have to suffer any more significant losses just because that provision has not gone through yet.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Tamiko Ramsey.
Hello, I appreciate hearing the presentation from the city engineer, and I didn't think I was going to be this person. Having that bridge out is unacceptable for the amount of time, for the importance that bridge is. My mother passed away of a heart attack almost 2 years ago while that bridge was out. And I question often if that bridge was up, would she still be alive? And I have not said that to too many people, but that is a concern. People are concerned about being able to get to the hospital. And if there's a train and there's an emergency, somebody can die. So I don't know what needs to happen. I am not an engineer. I don't know specs. I don't know roads. I don't know bridges. But there needs to be another option for us because that is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ashley, is it Brecknell? Brecknell? Okay. Item number 4. Yes, it's fine.
So good evening, President McGinnis and Council. My name's Ashley. On behalf of LAG Development for the Vaughn Brothers, we are looking to rezone address 45222 Woodward Avenue from M1 light industrial to C3 corridor commercial. Our intended use would be to have an automotive dealership for high-end classic cars out of that building. One of our goals is to help improve the Woodward corridor, which falls in line with the city's master plan for improvements for that. And there's not going to be any spot zoning involved with that change. To the north of our parcel, there are already C3 zoned properties, and that's basically our intention. There's going to be minimal exterior improvements, no changes to the building footprint. The entirety of the interior would be improved as well. As far as the exterior facade is concerned, it would be features such as ornamental lighting, nothing that would be intrusive to any residentials in the area. And it would include updated paving to the extent of just patchwork, potholes, filling in cracks, striping, bumper blocks, dumpster enclosure, and light landscaping just to help improve the exterior look of the building.
Thank you, Ms. Bracknell.
Thank you.
And if we have questions when we get to the agenda item, we'll dive further.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chuck Johnson, I don't see him in the room. Ms. Darling, she said no, sir. I understand, Regina, Ms. Campbell. You've been here several times. We called your name. We called your name. Okay, please. And the rest of the audience, please, I understand. I've seen her. Okay? Ms. Darlene Clark. What item on the agenda? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council Administration. The questions coming up on a continuous basis weekly that the residents and a few of the council people are very opposing to this construction because of the Martin Luther King Bridge. In a lot of conversations, the administration has says we're going to fix the bridge. We're going to rebuild the bridge, or all kind of sentiments that's making the people more and more nervous because of M1 and United Shore and all the businesses is running head to head and slowing down traffic. But what the administration has not clearly said, and this is probably can help, 3 to 4 to 5 years to get a bridge, that to me constitute you actually tearing a bridge down totally to remodel or reframe the bridge. If this is so, Mayor, could you please give that to the people? Because the wordings that you're using, fix, repair, does not constitute what's going on to the public. And with the administration, also please make clear that if the railroad tracks is still available, that they really do, and I agree with Mr. Parker, and I really don't agree with a lot of things he said, but I definitely agree with what he says. Being on that track for 15 minutes, and the only way to get to a hospital when United Shore is getting off work or other people in the school bus getting off work, is impossible. The odds of someone dying is more greater than less.
Thank you. Ms. Gloria Miller. Ms. Regina Campbell.
I'm going to talk about agenda item number 5, the district infield overlay. And so I'm going to say that I am in support of the district infield overlay with the ADUs, but I think there's 2 things that I'd like to get some clarity on. We talk about accessory dwelling units between 800 and 1,000 square feet. And then we're also talking about if you have a property in the district overlay and you own the lot next to the house, that you can invoke your rights to have it as an infield overlay. And what does that really look like? The other thing I have a question about is that if you decide to do a duplex in the district infield overlay, you're required to live in one of the duplexes in order to sell the other one. And so I'm not understanding that concept. So as Mark gets ready to do his presentation, I think those are some questions that we need to keep in mind as we move forward with the infield overlay. That's it.
All right, thank you. That concludes our agenda address, President McGinnis.
Thank you. Recently, in our consent agenda, we adopt the resolution honoring the life and service of Richard Rip Peterson. I'd like Councilwoman Rutherford, if she's up for it, to read the resolution that we've passed in his honor.
Honoring the life of Richard Rip Peterson. Whereas the Pontiac City Council would like to pay proper tribute to Richard Rip Peterson, an individual of exemplary character and consummate professional who worked a number of years with the great youth of our community. And whereas Richard Rip Peterson was born in Fieldburg, Pennsylvania on June 18, 1946, and whereas he departed this life March 16, 2024 in Pontiac, Michigan. Whereas Richard Rip Peterson graduated from Redstone High School in Republic, Pennsylvania in 1964.
Whereas Richard Rip Peterson enjoyed a distinguished career of 30 years at General Motors, and whereas Rip spent most of his time fishing as one of his passions, and whereas Rip Peterson was a devoted member of this community, and after retirement, he worked with the Pontiac School District and the City of Pontiac. Whereas Richard Rip Peterson was a valuable contributor to the summer camps in Murphy Park, and now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Pontiac City Council, and this community will greatly miss Rip Peterson as he leaves behind an indelible legacy of integrity, compassion, loyalty in private life, and diligence, dedication in all his chosen endeavors. And we give our sincerest condolences to the family and the friends of Richard Rip Peterson.
Thank you very much. That'll be provided to the family at the homegoing services. It's the policy of the City Council that we take formal action to acknowledge those that currently or previously worked for the City of Pontiac for youth recreation and other programs. He was a direct city employee and just truly a veteran in the field, literally and figuratively, of enriching and caring for and uplifting the youth of the Pontiac community. Thank you very much. All right, we are at number 4 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt an ordinance?
So moved.
Is it seconded? Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This amends Appendix B of the Municipal Code of the City of Pontiac, amending Article 2, Section 2.103, zoning map to change the zoning classifications for one specific parcel. That parcel identification number is 64 14 33 378 011, the address being 45222 Woodward Avenue. It's on the north side of Woodward Avenue between South Boulevard and South Paddock Street. It's currently M1 light industrial, and the applicant has requested rezoning to C3 corridor commercial. This is the second reading. It was before City Council previously. Mayor Gromwell, do you want me to hand it off directly to the manager? Manager Yandrick, you have the floor.
All right, let's get started with my presentation. Good evening, Council. This is a application for a zoning map amendment. The applicant is Ashley Brecknell, who gave a little bit of a preview during the agenda address. This is for a rezoning at 45222 Woodward to rezone from M1 to C3, which is corridor commercial. This is the process that this application has gone through. There was a Planning Commission public hearing on March 6th, and tonight is the second reading that City Council is hearing per our ordinances and state law. So this is a map identifying this part of town and the zoning districts that are here. So this is the subject parcel right here. It is adjacent to the former Elam Brothers and Avon Donuts site. M1 Concourse is across the street. This is Woodward Avenue. This is the railroad right here. And then this is South Boulevard at the bottom of the screen. The current zoning, again, is M1, which is industrial, and you see those properties of the south have that, as well as the properties to the east. But then you also have C3, those corridor commercial properties, what the applicant is trying to rezone to the north here, and then farther up and down the Woodward corridor. This is an aerial site view, just identifying a little closer. Again, here is Woodward. We did want to point out that there is easement access on the adjacent property, which is also a car vehicle dealer right here. But this is the subject site, and really you have the building here with parking in the rear. This is showing the street view just of what it looks currently. It's just a plain brick facade. The applicant will be going through a site plan process, and they hope to enhance this to meet not only the transparency requirements that we have in the code, but also to fit their needs for this, to site this business. And then this is just a view from the other side. Again, as you drive by, you just notice the brick facade. So an overview, the subject parcel, again, is light manufacturing, and I've already discussed the neighboring parcels. C3 is the most common zoning designation along Woodward Avenue. This property has been utilized for commercial purposes as long as the city has records of the property. As I mentioned last week, Evola Music Center was there for many, many years. This stretch of Woodward corridor is developed as an auto-oriented commercial area with multiple automobile sales facilities, repair facilities, anchored by the M1 concourse across the street. The proposal is to rezone to C3 to allow for indoor auto sales. The zoning ordinance classifies auto sales under retail, which is only permitted in M1 if sales are conducted outdoors. The permitted indoor retail sales for the property must be rezoned. Again, the applicant is proposing to renovate the existing structure and improve the facade along Woodward Avenue. The applicant does not plan to alter the existing footprint or layout of the site. Most of the changes will occur indoors into the facades. The introduction of C3 zoning district for this property does not present any new problematic uses of the site that weren't already permitted in the M1 zoning district, and for this reason, this is a clean rezoning as opposed to a conditional rezoning. I've shared this last week, but the top section identifies the uses that are permitted by right, which are more retail oriented, and then the bottom requires a special exception permit, which different uses that Planning Commission gets to review to see is this appropriate, are there additional site plan measures to make sure this does not impact the surrounding area or impact any services. There are 10 standards of approval with the rezoning. There's analysis of these standards within your staff report. I'd be happy to go through any of them if you have any further questions. But some quick analysis from that is the master plan's future land use classifies the subject properties entrepreneurial, residential, commercial, and green. Approval of this rezoning would be consistent with the master plan. The M1 zoning district precludes most reasonable commercial uses of the site. The site itself is too small for most manufacturing development and makes more sense as a commercial use. I've already mentioned the C3 zoning district is very common along Woodward, and this would align with that. The city's utilities and services are sufficient to accommodate the proposed use. The site was previously a retail shop, and the utilities are designed to accommodate the uses at a commercial scale, and there's only one parcel to be rezoned. So through this analysis, staff determination was the request is reasonable and will not be disruptive to adjacent properties. Planning Commission's recommendation was approval 7-0, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter's before us. It's been before as well. Any further final discussion? Very straightforward. Thank you to the applicants for considering Pontiac, and we look forward, should this be approved, to a successful and long-running business established in our Pontiac community on the important corridor. Councilwoman James.
I just have one question. Just wanted to clarify, would your business be a full-time establishment selling vehicles full-time? And if so, do you have any expectation of job creation for that business?
You have to go to the mic.
The reason why I'm asking is if it's going to be like specialty cars only, you could be looking at a part-time or certain hours business. I'm just kind of wanting to understand, is it going to be a full-time business that's open on a regular basis?
Yes, it's going to be a full-time business open on a regular basis.
Okay.
And I'm presuming it would be staffed by local residents.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all for me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
No, I have a couple of questions.
Let's ask it and we'll go from there.
All right. Prior to you guys coming before the council, which community groups did you guys reach out to tell them about the businesses that you wanted to offer?
Currently, there's already an existing location in Milford. We have not approached any other municipalities. We went from Milford to Pontiac.
Oh, okay. What I mean by that is we have a CDC, we have the Neighborhood Association in District 1. I'm the councilwoman for District 1. So I'm just asking, who did you talk to from District 1 about the proposed business before you brought it before council?
To my understanding, we came in through the rezoning process, and I haven't approached anybody at this time.
So my follow-up will be, if this is approved, do you have a problem with coming to those organizations and telling them what you are trying to offer? What I mean by that is, if you're approved today and somebody says, well, are you guys doing job creation? How are you going to go about doing job creation? Would you have any hesitation of talking to those organizations?
We wouldn't have any hesitations.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of an ordinance to amend Appendix B of the Municipal Code for the zoning map to change the zoning classification for one specific parcel. This is at 45222 Woodward Avenue from M1 Light Industrial to C3 Corridor Commercial. He needs a microphone.
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. The ordinance has been amended and the rezoning is approved. Congratulations, and we look forward to a long collaboration with the City of Pontiac. We are at number 5. You're welcome. We're at number 5. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of the
So
zoning text
moved.
amendment? Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman James. This is a resolution to approve the first reading of zoning text amendment to amend Article 2, Chapter 4, Section 2.404, subsection B, subsection 1, subsection C, to clarify requirements for garage proportions to facades. Article 3, Chapter 12, Sections 3.1201 through 3.1205, to add Chapter 12 regarding residential infill overlay district. Article 7, Chapter 2, Section 7.201, to add definitions regarding two-family dwellings and smaller one-family dwellings. This is the first reading. Mayor Grimo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that this came to us by way of recommendation of the Planning Commission. We have our planning manager, Mark Yandrick, here with us to explain in greater detail exactly what this proposed amendment to the existing zoning ordinance would allow, and also where in the city, at least initially, these 3 geographic areas would be. And so I'll allow him to take it away. I know we had some questions from a member of the audience. I don't know if you happen to be listening from your office at that point in time, but if you're able, oh, you were actually right here in the chamber. So if you're able to speak to some of those questions and try to answer them to the best of your ability, that would be great. Thanks.
I'm going to do my, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to do my best to incorporate those answers within the presentation themselves. So. Good evening again. Thank you. This is a zoning text and map amendment. It is citywide to establish 3 overlay districts, and it is to create regulations for a new residential infill overlay district. This is the 2024 process. As you remember, there was a 2023 proposal that did not pass, and so staff has reviewed further, and this also was at Planning Commission for a few months as they were reviewing some of the technical items with this ordinance a little further. So tonight's the first reading, and there will be a second reading required on this. A background from the city's current master plan. One of the future land use goals is to improve existing neighborhoods. A city is comprised of and defined by its neighborhoods. Strengthening the existing neighborhoods through blight removal, demolition, reinvestment, and business support will improve the image of the city and, more importantly, the quality of life for all Pontiac residents. Furthermore, in this subsection of residential development, it states the existing zoning ordinance should be amended to provide greater flexibility for building type and land uses within these zoning districts. These standards should emphasize building form and outline acceptable materials and standards for each district. And that is really the impetus of what is being proposed. So this ordinance is really a neighborhood strategy for 3 areas of an optional overlay district. This is not a requirement that anyone who owns property in these 3 neighborhoods, but it's an optional overlay district where a property owner of a one-family zoning district parcel can do either one of each of the following with the parcel. Number 1, build a smaller single-family dwelling unit with higher architectural standards, or 2, build a smaller two-family dwelling unit with higher architectural standards. Now, when this was first proposed in 2023, there was discussions about accessory dwelling units. That is where you have a principal structure. You may have like a garage. You convert that into a dwelling unit. That's a little different than what a two-family dwelling unit. These would be two equal dwelling units. So accessory dwelling units was actually tabled by Planning Commission. It is still being reviewed until this ordinance would ideally get passed before Planning Commission wants to review that a little further. So I just wanted to clarify the difference between two-family and accessory dwelling units, because when there is an accessory, there's usually a primary unit. Continuing on, the selection for the criteria of these districts: the proximity to downtown and or Woodward Avenue, the clusters of vacant lots, some owned by the city and county. What we found is about 70 to 75% of these are privately owned, many by Pontiac residents or Pontiac, people. 10 to 30% of these neighborhoods are 10 to 30% below the Pontiac average household income. This is not of Oakland County. This is of Pontiac. This neighborhood is also 10 to 30% below the Pontiac average residential property value. And the majority of these single-family homes in these neighborhoods are between 800 and 1,400 square feet. So the reduced requirement will fall within the range of existing house sizes. Now, I do want to add to that, there are 500, 600 square foot single-family homes in these neighborhoods. Not a lot of them, but I mean, they do exist from, the previous times where these standards did not exist. This is really just a data sheet just showing what I was talking about with the number of vacant properties, the household income, and the property value, and just making a comparison of some of the numbers and fabric about why these areas were being chosen. And I do want to point out the three areas of the city. So area number 1 is on the upper right of this map. This is located east of City Hall between Auburn, MLK, and 59, and this would be the single-family residential zone properties within this area. Area 2 is within District 1, and it is between Rapid Street and California Avenue, between Bagley and Franklin Road. And I do want to point out that a little area has been added between South Boulevard and California Avenue just for some further analysis, as we were finding more areas of vacant properties that this would be a suitable addition. Now, Area 3 is in District 7. It is between South Boulevard and the former railroad south of Osmond, anywhere between Woodward and MLK, and it's this area in yellow. Looking at the data points of the publicly owned properties, and most of these are the county, there's a few in the city. The majority of them are in Area 3. There are a very limited amount in 1 and 2, but 3 is where the cluster of them exists. So let's take a little tour, if I may, and take a look at these neighborhoods. So this is in District 7. This is on Mariva Street, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And on the left is a smaller home that's roughly 850 to 900 square feet, adjacent to some normal house sizes that are between 12 and 1,400. Further down the street, this is adjacent to the church. I'm not sure if it's part of the church, but again, this is a smaller residential house that is on the street. Now, staying in District 7, you have this wonderful pink house right here that is really approximately 800 square feet, but it's adjacent to these larger, more traditional residential homes. So, I mean, this exists already. Now, going down to Area 3, which is in District 7, you have on Elm Street, there are 4 or 5 of these smaller homes, again, approximately 850 to 900 square feet here. But down at the end of the street between Elm Street and MLK, there are a bunch of more traditional homes that are 12 to 1,800 square feet, as you can see in the background there. So same district, same area on Prospect Street. These are just examples. Both of these pictures on the left is what we would consider a home that you could not build right now because it's smaller size, between 800 and 1,200 square feet, but it is adjacent to properties that are 12, 13, 1,400 square feet here. Now, let's go over to District 1, and we just have a few photos. This is a smaller home on Montana Avenue, just showing an example, but is adjacent to a larger home. And, you know, naturally it blends in. They've got some similar materials. You don't notice much of a difference. And you have the same thing with this house on the right being the smaller house. What you can't see is these two houses on the left are a lot deeper and but they have the traditional square footage. So you would be able to build a house of this nature and this size currently. You would not be able to build a house this size today without, you know, potentially this overlay district here. And then the last picture I have is that this is on Crystal Lake Avenue, north of South Boulevard. But this is a smaller home right here that is approximately 900 square feet, but it's sandwiched between two what I'd call traditionally sized homes right here. So these are just examples of, in these neighborhoods, of existing homes and how they really play with the homes that are of a normal size that are permitted right now. Now, this is the best case example. This isn't the only example, but this is a house on, I think it's Rayburn, if I have the correct street. And this is an existing home that's here. What you're seeing and not seeing is there are actually 6 vacant properties here. They are all privately owned. But when you look at this street and this home, it's lacking a lot of the things that make up a neighborhood, and that would be that development. And currently, you know, you can build a 1,200 square foot home, but over the years, there has not been a market, there has not been a desire to build that. So, you know, really this overlay district is a strategy, one of many strategies the city can employ, but it's a zoning strategy to be able to really revitalize these neighborhoods. So again, I just wanted to highlight after those photos of some of those locations that I was showing the map in case you had any further questions. So let's highlight the changes since City Council last saw this. I have 2 slides here. So number 1, we've increased the minimum building size, if this overlay district were to be approved, from 700 feet to 800 square feet. 2, we are requiring trees to be planted and or maintained on the property. 1 street tree, 1 front yard tree, 1 rear yard tree. Existing trees can count if they can be kept. There are substitution clauses. If maybe there's a way you can't put a canopy tree, you can put some alternative materials. And if there's any issue with having driveway frontage, the engineering department would be allowed to exemplify that property from putting in a tree. Number 3, a property with a 2-family dwelling requires a recorded deed restriction that the property owner reside on the property. So one of the discussion points, both previously at City Council or Planning Commission, is that we'd have a lot of renters in the property. And I know that has been discussed on how much that is citywide. But when we were reviewing this ordinance, we believe that it really infringed for single-family homes in this overlay district to put a caveat that it needed to be owned and not rented would actually inflict on the constitutional property rights. But if we were going to propose a 2-family dwelling that is not normally permitted, we could put this restriction in here that the property owner live on the property. It would be recorded in a deed and managed that way. And so if anyone were purchasing the property in the future, that is the best way to memorialize that so a potential property owner would understand that. This 2-family dwelling allows some diversity, but it also accommodates the demographics for especially multi-generational families to live on the same property but have a little separation of space and not be in the same quarters. So number 4, modify the boundary of District 1 neighborhood, District 1, to include a few more properties or blocks in this case. Number 5, the proposed overlay district would allow a modified calculation on 2-story units for the front garage area to account for the total width of both stories combined. Let me simplify that a little bit. Currently in the ordinance, only 50% of your front facade of a residential area can be garage. You know, so if you're looking at a traditional home, only 50% of the side can be a garage. The other half has to be windows and doors and other monikers of a house. But looking at the smaller properties, we wanted to give flexibility if someone wanted to have a garage on the first floor that an enclosed porch shall comply with the required setbacks. Transom or side light window panels framing the door opening. So when you look at a door and have the windows on the side and the top, that's what transom lighting is. Or architectural trim framing the door opening. And again, 2-family dwelling units are allowed, as I mentioned, with a minimum of 45 feet, but normally they would not be allowed in an R1 district. To maintain and reflect the traditional character of single-family dwelling units, projects shall include, and this is both for single-family and the 2-family in this overlay district, but they shall include facade modulation, which is really a change of facade, entry features that are dominant elements facing the street, and utilization of those high-quality materials that are either new to the neighborhood or complementary to the surrounding neighborhood. And then lastly, in addition to those 3 design elements above, applicants shall choose from 2 of the design elements below. 1, articulation in walls and roofs. 2, covered entry porch. 3, second-story step-back or modulation. Or 4, a larger area windows used as architectural features compared to other structures in the neighborhood for front and side facades of the principal structure. So of those 4, you only have to select 2. As I mentioned with the vinyl, the 0.5 millimeters, the super thick grade would be required for a house that is invoking this overlay district. As part of this project, we did survey some homes, and I've actually taken some tours of homes in adjacent neighborhoods that have, these are smaller homes. The one in Birmingham on the left is 900 square feet. This is the type of product that we'd be looking with these regulations within the city. Now on the right is a little different because this is in Hazel Park, but it's 2-story. The garage is not ever counted as part of a home square footage. It definitely looks like it has a more traditional 1,200 square foot size, but it actually does not meet that requirement over here in Hazel Park. I think it's important for City Council and the public to understand what our regulations are in comparison to other communities. So, you know, this list says that our current regulation, really we're in the middle when looking at cities in Oakland County, and particularly southern Oakland County, but also more urban cities across the state of Michigan. So 1,200 is really in the middle. So the proposal for 800 square feet with these added architectural requirements, you know, is just a little smaller than what Oak Park regulates, but it also is larger than Flint and Grand Rapids. And again, you can't put just a standard 800 square foot home. It would have to have these the added architectural requirements for the neighborhood. Again, just to reiterate, these proposals provide greater flexibility for building type and land uses within these districts to align with the master plan and the community's goals and the community vision. And we will continue to have these conversations in the upcoming master plan later this year. So just as a summary, these city-initiated zoning text amendment for residential infill overlay district constitute a neighborhood strategy. In staff's assessment, this strategy is focused on the needs of these neighborhoods, such as the vacancies that you're seeing, these vacant lots. Other areas of the city may need different strategies in the future. The use of this overlay district is available to anyone wishing to build a house or duplex, residents and developers alike. Many of these properties are privately owned. The 800 square foot minimum fits into the existing footprint of home sizes of these neighborhoods and acts as a starter home for many. I know in the past some people have talked about tiny homes. These are not tiny homes. Tiny homes are much, much smaller than this. These are really starter homes, and the demographic for that is, you know, young professionals moving to the community, young families that are just getting started. There's also a demand, and I've heard at some of the neighborhood meetings, for retirees looking to downsize, you know, and sometimes a 12, 14, 1,500 square foot is more than they want to manage, and this isn't something of interest to them. And then the overlay allows for contrasting of architectural styles, and this does 2 things. It creates placemaking with enhanced architectural requirements, and it stabilizes and elevates the existing neighborhood property values. Again, the smaller home sizes the goal here is we want to stabilize these neighborhoods. We don't want to continue the disinvestment because we're not seeing the homes being built here. So with that, Planning Commission recommended approval of the zoning text amendments 7-0 with 2 amendments of that approval. And this is within the ordinance, but the first is the maximum driveway for a width of 24 feet, and then the second one, I haven't mentioned this, is the total square footage of 2-unit properties may not exceed 2,200 square feet combined for both residential structures. So you can be between 800 and 1,200 square feet for an individual unit. But if you're going to do a 2-unit, the combined area cannot exceed 2,200. The thought is they didn't want any, having these normal 1,200 square foot structures within these neighborhoods. You didn't want to have this massive 3,000 square foot 2-unit structure where that would look out of place. So having that maximum, that goal of that is to align with the existing homes that are there. So I'd be happy to talk about that during questions in just a second. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much for being an attentive audience, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Councilman Rutherford had a hand first.
You answered all my questions. The only thing I was going to comment is thanking you for listening to my recommendations. So you've answered everything that I needed to hear. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Definitely some change has been made since you brought this to us. And one of the reasons that it did get rejected by the council was some of the issues that you did mention. But I got a question on it concerning the shared driveways.
Okay.
Is there any required space between shared driveways? And the reason I'm asking this is because there's been so many arguments with residents concerning these shared driveways, especially in the 6th district. I get all these calls all the time about neighbors arguing over driveway space because they're connected and there's no distance in between these shared driveways.
So I think there's been a lot of viewpoints on this, at least I think with Planning Commission, but also at staff and administration level. What the current ordinance proposes is that in order to have a shared driveway, there needs to be a 45-foot lot on both lots. And a shared driveway could be on the same lot where there's 2 units, or it could be on adjacent lots. This provides the opportunity to do that with a minimum width of 18 square feet. I would say that, if council wanted to entertain a motion to eliminate this possibility with this overlay district, you could. This would only be for the overlay district, but currently you can have a shared driveway. There is no minimum spacing between where a driveway is on your property to an adjacent property. And so we just wanted to make sure if there was a shared driveway, whether, that there was proper width to be able to accommodate the vehicles on both, for both units.
Yes, thank you. President McGinnis, I don't want to not support this. I just want to know what the rest of the council think about the shared driveway.
This is first reading, so the resolution, if it passed, acknowledges that it's been read for a first time, and it'll come back at a future city council meeting, but we can still debate. Councilman James.
Yes, I just like
Microphone.
to say that I like this this proposal better. I supported the original in thought, because we definitely need strategy. When we're planning and looking at how we're going to go in and develop our neighborhoods. This is something that Detroit has done very effectively in bringing strategy to how they want to develop those neighborhoods. One of the things, though, you mentioned that most of these lots are privately owned, and that concerns me because Detroit had the advantage that their lots were owned by the city of Detroit and managed through their own land bank. And so when they came up with these kinds of plans, they offered that person that wanted to buy that lot, okay, you can buy this lot, but this is what you have to do with it. And we don't have that. This is a great idea, but these lots in the 3 areas that you've identified, they're privately owned. We can't force those owners to do these plans. So how's that going to work? Are these areas going to remain, empty lots because we have owners that bought the lot but really don't have the financing and the funds to do anything with them?
Yeah.
So, what's the plan in terms of trying to deal with the fact that the majority of them are privately owned?
I think that's a great question. Really, we're providing flexibility within the zoning ordinance for a property owner to be able to develop a property, and these are residentially zoned, so it would be for a residential property. There could be other strategies that the city looks at. Currently, there's only so many. I know that the city has a disposition policy currently, having to do with side lots, but really I defer that to Deborah Younger as a separate strategy, but I think we can take feedback to do what we can to encourage. But for the private property owners, this is really something that they would need to work with a builder, work with the developer to build. This would not be a coordinated effort at this point. We're giving property owners the flexibility for multiple options for types of homes on their lot. And the smaller square footage obviously saves on some housing costs, which have gone up over the last 4 or 5 years, and really, but it also still meets the needs of home buyers,
I think that's great. I would think about, with administration, how we could possibly offer some kind of an incentive to have these owners to move, forward with some kind of a project. And I don't know how we could come up with an incentivized idea, but it would be good if we could come up with something that would incentivize them actually moving on these ideas. So.
And Mayor, if I could share, we are working with looking at some of the strategies. So, we hope to bring that forward as a community development department with administration when that is ready. So we are looking for that. We understand the needs of these 3 overlay districts, but there needs to be multiple strategies, not just a zoning ordinance to do that.
Okay.
Mayor Graham.
Yeah, I want to just emphasize that Councilwoman James's point is well taken, and it's true that we don't have as much control to put in place strict requirements or timelines when they're not city-owned lots that we are conveying to private property owners. I will say that we do have a number of city-owned lots in these same areas in the city, just as we do all across the city. So when it comes to those city-owned lots, we do have that control, and certainly we have plenty of city-owned lots in these areas. But the goal here with this ordinance is to give those property owners additional flexibility and choices so that they're not bound by the strict confines of the existing zoning ordinance, but we're giving them greater flexibility. So hopefully for many of these folks who are currently owning these properties, it will give them some additional abilities to get projects off the ground in a timely way. But as the planning manager just said, we're also looking at some other elements, especially in these parts of the city, to try to incentivize development. And so this is just one piece of that broader strategy.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
3 questions, 3 answers. Question 1, how many city-owned lots are currently in District 1 in that zone?
Approximately 10.
So we only own 10?
Yep.
Not a lot?
Correct.
Okay. Question 2, how many have you guys checked to see if the lots that's privately owned are up to date on their taxes in that zone?
We have not done that research as part of the zoning ordinance.
I would highly suggest that you get that information. 3, most importantly, what development, because previously there was a so-called development that was coming through your office that wanted to build smaller houses. What development is coming through those zones I know that you said it's prompting because the market is saying that we need smaller houses, but what development is trying to buy those type of properties in those districts that are making you go to this zoning? Go ahead.
I can get you that information, but I do not have that this evening.
Can I have that before we bring this back, please? Thank you.
Yep.
Further discussion on the first reading? All right, speakers is exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the resolution to approve the first reading of the zoning text amendment.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 6. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of an ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac zoning ordinance to amend requirements for adult use marijuana retail establishments in designated overlay districts and caregivers?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman James. It is now before us. Mayor and administration, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This is a first reading of an item that had previously been postponed from a meeting approximately a month ago or so. And we are now ready to proceed, and I want to turn it over to our planning manager, Mark Andrick, to walk us through the specifics of what this proposed amendment would do.
All right, good evening again. This is a citywide ordinance, and I think this page is really for adult use marijuana, and we have the sections of code that were considered and tabled from last month's meeting, so that those are up on the screen. Again, this is a city-initiated citywide zoning text amendment. This is the process. This started at first reading on November 7th, but we're considering this, we're bringing it back for a second, or for the first reading as well. I think it actually went back to Planning Commission in January. So background, City Council adopted municipal ordinances 2406 and 2407 in April, actually 52 weeks ago, to allow and regulate adult use marijuana and caregivers in the city. These proposed changes tonight are not related to the referendum that was passed on February 27th, 2024. However, staff recommends City Council bifurcate the proposed ordinance to separate out adult use marijuana amendments with medical marijuana caregiver amendments into two separate ordinances. Further, staff requests City Council remand the proposed caregiver ordinance back to Planning Commission for additional language, to add some additional language which requires a new public hearing. So, Council President, I'll let at the mercy, if you want me to continue with the presentation, I can. The rest of the presentation, I do not speak about caregivers. If you would like to proceed with these motions or discussion now, we can. If you'd like me to continue with the presentation, I can as well.
So, to the city attorney, if you want to help confirm for us, we could move to bifurcate consideration of the proposed adult use marijuana zoning text amendment to two separate proposed amendments as follows. Is that wise to do at the first reading or the second reading? What say you?
I would recommend doing it at the first reading so that we're not considering any of the amendments to the caregiver ordinance. We're only considering the amendments to the adult use ordinance, which will be changed into two separate ordinances by this motion.
Okay, and would it be in order for us to do that now?
I would recommend doing it now, yes.
Okay. How does council feel about that, where we sort of split this baby, this marijuana baby, so that way they can be handled separately? Sounds like there might be open to that. So is there a motion? Yes, sir.
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand just a little bit. So right now, you want to make a motion to split it and not discuss any of these changes is what you're requesting?
A motion to split it, and then we only discuss the relevant, which ones really are we discussing then? Adult use. So it sets aside caregiver to be taken up through a new process that would have a new public hearing at the planning, or notice at the, and go through the planning commission, because those changes would require more substantial review. So it requires going through that, so it'll still come to us, but it'll have to go through the planning commission again.
And I guess my second question is concerning, I know last time this was brought before us, I asked a question concerning if we change this ordinance, will this trigger or give companies opportunity to sue based on us making these changes?
Yes, so as we stated last time, whatever is published in this ordinance, so whatever is adopted and then published, is subject to referendum. So if we move to bifurcate, and then if this council goes through first reading for the adult use amendments, goes through second reading and adopts second reading of these adult use amendments, then whatever is published for those adult use amendments is subject to a referendum.
Okay, so my third question is, why do administration think changing this is that important? Because basically we just been through all these years of lawsuits concerning marijuana. We are a city that still haven't made any money on the marijuana revenues. And I'm just I'm continue to be very concerned about these constant changing when it comes to these marijuana ordinances?
I would defer to administration.
Well, I'm going to, I guess, kick it back to you in a moment, but my understanding is that we need to make one of these changes because right now there's some inconsistency between the adult use, what's often called the business ordinance, and the adult use zoning ordinance. So we're not giving clear guidance to the city clerk in terms of how to even go about the scoring process if we don't make those two consistent. And so really, without many of these changes, there's no path forward for the city clerk to proceed.
Yes, and my final question was only concerning the reduction in 8 to 7. The other question was asked, could we make those small little changes without these extreme changes to this ordinance? Would that be legal and would not be make this an issue for referendum?
It would still be subject to a referendum. Any ordinance, any zoning amendment that is adopted by the council and is published as a zoning ordinance amendment is subject to referendum. So even making small changes would be subject to a referendum.
Councilman Parker?
Thank you for it so much, but I'm a poor country boy. Please first explain to me what bifurcate means.
It just means divide into two.
Okay, so why not just say divide in two?
I apologize, it's a legal term.
Okay, and then you mentioned referendum. That's the same as suit?
No, that's different. So
Okay.
the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act states that in the event that a municipality adopts a zoning ordinance amendment, any of the residents can file a petition to challenge the zoning ordinance amendment. And if that petition contains a certain number of signatures based on the Zoning Enabling Act, then that matter has to go to a vote. So just like when the referendum was filed with regard to the business ordinance, the business license ordinance, and the original zoning ordinance amendment, that petition was called a referendum, which resulted in those amendments being sent to the residents of the city of Pontiac for a vote.
Okay, so let me make sure. The referendum we just got through, we're now adjusting, and so we're eligible now for another referendum.
So that referendum was with regard to the business license ordinance, so the municipal ordinance. That wasn't with regard to the zoning ordinance. There was a referendum that was filed with regard to the zoning ordinance amendments, but that was resolved between the petitioning parties and the city, so that did not go to a vote. When there is a referendum filed, then once the city votes on it, the residents vote on it, there cannot be changes made to that ordinance that was adopted for a certain period of time. So the business license ordinance cannot be amended for a certain period of time under the laws of the state of Michigan.
So we're just addressing the adult use portion of the business ordinance.
The zoning ordinance.
The zoning ordinance.
Yes.
Okay.
So the question for council is, do we want to separate the two, the adult use cleanup versus the caregiver, and for the caregivers to still be handled but run in a different track? So is there a motion to bifurcate consideration of the proposed adult use marijuana zoning text amendments into two separate proposed amendments as follows? One, a proposed amendment to Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.559 to amend requirements for primary medical marijuana caregiver, and two, a proposed amendment to the City of Pontiac zoning ordinance to correct inconsistencies between the adult use marijuana business license ordinance and the zoning ordinance to amend requirements for signage and facades, as well as to clarify buffer distance requirements in designated overlay districts.
Mr. President, I make that motion.
It's been moved by Councilman James, and is it seconded? Do you have a question, Clerk Doyle?
So, to the attorney, before it was stated that inconsistencies could be addressed administratively, that's no longer the case between the business ordinance and the zoning ordinance?
Unfortunately, when we reviewed all of the meeting minutes from when this zoning ordinance amendment was originally adopted, it became apparent that it wasn't necessarily a clerical error that could be corrected. So these are inconsistencies between the two ordinances, but because they were not adopted they were not corrected in the meeting minutes originally, it's not a clerical error that can be corrected administratively.
Thank you for the clarifying question. It's been moved by Councilwoman James that we separate the two questions. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So this is a motion to amend right now to separate the two, yes?
Yeah. And really, from staff's perspective, it's very helpful because we want the caregivers to go back to Planning Commission. So we're not asking you to approve this motion is not for approval or denial of the ordinance. It's really to help separate and to organize these into better ordinances. So,
Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think it is designed to accomplish what President Pro Tem Carrington and others have suggested, which is to separate out some of the major issues and not take those up now and focus on the less major issues so that there's a consistent verbiage between the two ordinances so that the clerk can move forward with the scoring process for retailers.
Okay. All right, so what we have before us is the amendment motion. Do we want to separate the two aspects of the policy question? Is everyone clear on what's before us?
Yes.
Okay. Clerk Doyle, roll call on that motion to amend.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is incorporated into the item of business before us. So really now we're at the resolution to approve the first reading of an ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac zoning ordinance to amend requirements for adult use marijuana retail establishments in designated overlay districts, period.
Yep.
Madam City Attorney?
No, I was just going to clarify. I apologize. There are two motions in the packet. One is the motion to bifurcate. There's also a motion to remand the caregiver ordinance back to Planning Commission. You are correct, Council President, in that we should address the adult use portions and then address the medical marijuana portions later.
Okay. Meaning, after we vote on this first reading, yay or nay, then we can take up the motion where we're saying, hey, Planning Commission, caregivers is coming back your way to look at it for further research and review.
And just to clarify, remand is to send the item back to Planning Commission. So,
old-timey fancy words.
Yeah.
All right. So what we have before us is, do we want to acknowledge it being read for a first time? Doesn't mean we're saying everything's done. It just means that we've gotten through the first reading, and then we can come back for a second reading with a much clearer, cleaner question, and we can take as many readings as we need to make sure we're all clear, but it'll just be focused on the cleanup matters with adult use zoning questions. How does that? Yes, Clerk Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. President. So does this resolution need some modifications that was in the packet?
So the amendment we just adopted is like a magic wand that will magically erase and make it only about the adult use zoning.
Yep. So the resolution in the packet tonight is only for adult use. So the motion you just made that was passed really aligns with that. And so you can proceed with that first reading motion.
All right. So we are looking at the resolution saying, have we read it for a first time? Acknowledging that it's been read for a first time. Going to... Okay. This is what the resolution says, and I do want to, per the clerk's question, since we already did that motion to amend, it kind of reiterates. So it says, whereas On November 1st, 2023, the City of Pontiac Planning Commission held a public hearing regarding the adult use marijuana zoning ordinance text amendment proposed by the city's administration in accordance with MCL 125.3201 and 125.3202. And whereas on November 1st, 2023, the City of Pontiac Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed adult use marijuana zoning ordinance text amendment, whereas the requirements of MCL 125.3201 and 125.3202 having been satisfied. Oh, and whereas the City Council moved to bifurcate the proposed zoning ordinance into text amendments into the two separate amendments as follows, 1 and 2, so just reiterating what we just did. Whereas before the City of Pontiac City Council for consideration is ordinance to amend, City of Pontiac zoning ordinances spells out the sections. Whereas the City of Pontiac City Council finds it in the best interest for the health, safety, and welfare to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the amendments to the zoning ordinance text amendments as presented, now therefore be it resolved. City Council hereby adopts the first reading of those sections. So it looks like the resolution is clean enough. It reflects the intent of the council. Is council clear on what's before us? It's a resolution saying it's been read for a first time, and it's specific to the adult use marijuana zoning questions, and it extracts the caregiver questions. My intention is that then it allows us to have a clean, clear copy for the community and us next week and the weeks to go forward. Sound good? Okay. Sounds like everyone's clear. Speakers list exhausted. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on the adoption of the resolution to approve the first reading.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Yes.
McGinnis? 5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're now at number 7. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for road decertification / vacation of Burwood Drive and South Jesse Street?
Point of order, Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Wasn't on my agenda, so I was getting trigger happy. So do you want to, is there a motion to remand? Oh, do I need to suspend the rules to take this up since it's not on the agenda? We could do that to be safe? Okay, just to be super safe. Okay. Is there a motion to suspend the rules to take up this moving to send the caregiver ordinance back to the Planning Commission?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Carrington, second by James. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on the motion to suspend the rules to take up a resolution not currently on the agenda about moving the caregiver ordinance back to the Planning Commission.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The rules are suspended. Is there now a motion to remand the resolved, be it hereby resolved, the City Council remands the primary or medical marijuana caregiver ordinance back to the Planning Commission for further review and consideration?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second? Moved by Carrington, second by Parker. Hearing no discussion, that motion is before us. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Yes.
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 That motion carries. The resolution, the resolution remanding that item back to the Planning Commission is adopted. We're now at number 7. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for road decertification / vacation of Burwood Drive and South Jesse Street?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman James. That motion is now before us. And I'll just do a point of personal privilege. I'll be right back, but please proceed.
At this time, I turn it over to administration.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I want to invite our representative from the DLZ firm, Zach Hoppola, to the podium, but just by way of introduction of the topic, as our engineers have begun the process of making sure that we understand exactly what the assets and roadways of the city are and making sure that those conform with the state's Act 51 map of roadways within our community. This is a cleanup item to ensure that the two comport. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hopla.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really, this is just to report some formalities, just as far as reporting to the state for the Act 51 map for lane miles. So both roads in question, South Jesse Street and Burwood Drive, were already vacated by the city. Those were already resolved through Planning Commission. This is just we are required by April 16th to submit any decertifications or any certifications to the state of Michigan for Act 51 reporting. And so that is all we are simply doing is just decertifying these sections that have already been vacated by the city of Pontiac.
All right, thank you. I'll open up for the discussion. Council have any questions concerning this vacation? Councilwoman James.
I don't have any questions. Just want to thank engineering for helping us to get our house in order and to get these technicalities taken care of. So we appreciate the work that you're doing.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion on this item? It's pretty much a cleanup item from previous city council and administration decisions. So hearing nothing else, clerk, could you please have roll call on this?
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
All right, thank you. That resolution passed. The next item is item number 8, resolution to authorize city clerk to publish notice of proposed budget amendment for budget year 2023-24.
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, supported by Councilman Parker. At this time, I turn it over to the mayor's office before discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. We have a number of budgeted amendments to make sure that as we move through this fiscal year, that the fiscal reality is reflected in our amendments to the budget, and that the budget is updated in the middle here of the fiscal year. And I want to turn it over to our controller, Sekar Bawa.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, the City Council. These are the budget amendments that are necessary to balance the budget, and also we are required under state law to have the to spend within the budget. So these are the analysis. A lot of increase in the estimated revenues and expenditures, and also there are some reductions in the revenues and expenditure that we are proposing, so that we'll be within the budget at the end of the year.
All right, thank you. Actually, it's a lot of different, I'm assuming, changes you guys trying to make, Mayor Gramo?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stevens to walk us through the detail of all of these proposed amendments, or at least the highlights of them.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. So as Mr. Bawa said, these are a number of changes that are being made here close to the end of the fiscal year. As we can look at the projections from the beginning of the year and seeing where we are now, we are making changes to say, all right, I'll just take the first one, for example, parking meter revenue increased $60,000. Not anticipated at the time of preparation of the original budget. So when the original budget was created, we did not have a very good estimate of how much money we would actually bring in parking revenues. So that is a combination of tickets and people actually paying the meters. And so now that we are where we are, we can look at the trend and we can extrapolate out to the end of the fiscal year and say, this is what we believe will be the actual amount that we will collect. And I should say that a $60,000 collection is far short of the actual cost of parking enforcement. We have 2 full-time parking officers whose salary alone is about $100,000 a year. So that doesn't include fringes, that doesn't include the cost of the cars that they drive, that doesn't include gas. So this is just the amount of money that we bring in through that. And so as you look through all of these changes, there are a number of reductions, or well, actually mostly increases in estimated revenues. And then as you go further, there are some increases and reductions in differing expenditures over time. One of those changes in the budget is healthcare, so retiree healthcare specifically. At the time that the budget was created, we had not yet had the situation where the 2 VEBAs had merged and they were able to take on all of the cost of paying the healthcare. And so what was happening is the city of Pontiac would make a payment for healthcare. We would then send that bill to the VEBA. The VEBA would then reimburse the city. And so all of that was scripted out in our budget and was essentially a pass-through. Well, once the 2 VEBAs actually merged and they were able to take on that job by themselves directly and did not need a pass-through from the city anymore, we needed to reduce any remaining income that we thought we were going to get by charging them, and we needed to reduce any remaining expenditures that we were going to spend. And so there are a multitude of those types of changes in this package of budget amendments. And if there's any ones that you would like to speak of directly or specifically, we would be happy to answer.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. At this time, I want to open up discussion to the council. Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford.
Question to the administration. So if parking is only made $60,000, and we currently have how many machines down? About 7 or 8?
I believe it is six that are down. It may be 7. It's 6 or 7 that are down.
And 7. How does the administration plan to deal with that? I know we talked about it yesterday in the meeting, but I just got a text about an hour ago saying another machine is down. And so parking isn't working as it currently is in place. Would you, and could you care to comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. So when we began the year, we did take our existing parking machines and we did what we could to actually make the existing machines work. We are actually going to be ordering a completely new set of machines, brand new. It should be about 12 weeks from the time that the order goes in to the time that the machines actually get installed.
Follow-up question, Councilwoman?
In the meantime, excuse me, what do you plan to do to implement the corrections that have been the errors for the current people that are getting tickets? That's my phone. Okay, cool.
All right. So in the meantime, what we are doing is we are going back to the machines that we have. As you did mention, there are several machines that are offline. Those machines will be used to fix the other machines to make sure that we have a bevy of machines that are actually operating and functioning to the best capacity possible so that we can continue to operate until the new machines arrive. The issue that you're talking about with tickets is not 100%, and in fact, it is not mostly a result of the machines themselves. It is a result of a, what am I trying to say? Software error where the handhelds are not updating as frequently as they're supposed to update. And so what we have done with that is we actually have instituted a situation where whenever the individuals are going to write a ticket, they are told to stop, reset their machine, and that has actually reduced the number of tickets that have been written incorrectly.
Do you have another follow-up question, or can we move on?
Wait till somebody asks another question before I ask my next one.
Okay. Now, Yes.
Thank you, Brother President.
Yep, you have it.
I have a question. As I look at your report, it's somewhat confusing to me because on one page you talk about increases being money we're going to get, but it looks like on another page the increase talk about extra money we've spent. And that's somewhat, at least to me, it's confusing. Maybe it's, but.
So Deputy, are you asking the Deputy Mayor to get some clarification of?
Yeah.
Us? You have the floor, Deputy Mayor.
And to sub all that up, I don't recall any of this being discussed at the Finance and Personnel Committee meeting. Maybe it was, maybe, and I may have napped and didn't know. Go ahead.
Well, one at a time. So, Councilman, are you done asking questions so
Yes,
we can
sir.
get the floor to the Deputy Mayor?
For right now, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council. In depth, no, these were not gone over at the committee. It was reported that this was coming. To answer the question about some increases and some decreases, there are increases in spending. So you will sometimes see that, hey, we are going to actually end up spending more money than we had originally estimated. And there are also instances where there are times where we have looked at the trajectory and extrapolated that we are going to spend less money than we had originally intended. An example of that, again, is going back to the retiree health care. At the beginning of the year, we budgeted that we would spend the entire year doing the we pay and then we get reimbursed. But halfway through the year, that model was discontinued because the two VEBAs joined. So our actual expenses ended up being less than what we had actually budgeted. But again, if there is a specific item that you have a question on, I'm happy to, go into that item. But to say in general, I understand the confusion because I actually had to go over it several times with Sekar myself to understand that I will pick a random category unless you have one that you want to ask me about.
Bring it back to the floor, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yep, you got a second follow-up question.
Yes, sir. As an example, if you mentioned parking meter, we say we made it increase $60,000. But then if I go over here to 301 police, it's an increase of $250,000, but that's an over OT expenditure. So it's confusing.
Which page is the police on?
Page 3. So on 201 accounting, well, no, I was on the first page. Yeah. On page 1, increase in parking revenue, that's an increase in money we gonna get. Mm-hmm. But on page 3, the increase is money we gonna spend. That's
correct.
Somewhat confusing to me. The increase is increase. I thought the increase mean I'm getting money. Don't mean I'm getting.
No, it is increasing. It is increasing the line item, sir.
So we got to.
Councilman and Deputy Mayor, it needs to come back to the chair. We're not in a committee meeting, so we need to. So Councilman, I'm gonna give you the chair to ask questions.
My question, it still is. It's somewhat, and I understand maybe if I had it and looked at it more closer. Increase on page 1 is money we're gonna get, but increase on page 3 is money we're gonna lose. And at least in that item, in that line item, right? Okay. I got it.
Mayor, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, is the short answer, Councilman Parker, but the more in-depth answer is that the information in the packet is broken out by fund. And then within each fund, there is a subheading that says increase or decrease in estimated revenue. And that, for example, is where the parking meter revenue is listed. Then there's another subheading on page 2 that says increase or decrease in appropriations. And the Oakland County Sheriff expenditures being higher than anticipated due to overtime is under that subheading of increase or decrease in appropriations or expenditures.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So in the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee, it was shared that there would be an interest in doing multiple amendments in one fell swoop, and it's really just about how we moved them. It didn't go in depth about what all the specific items would be. Because for the community's benefit and the council's benefit, this would be dozens of individual budget amendments for us to then approve, have the clerk post the expense to the city. It's trying to do it in basically in batches. And this is the batch of changes before us. The vote before us is saying we're authorizing the clerk to post the notice. And then when it comes before us in 2 weeks, we'll go change by change, just because there's so many of them. Most of them are very straightforward, and they are involving things we've already approved. You know, sort of we've taken the action, and now we're just making sure the budget reflects it. For everyone's awareness, a budget, when the fiscal year ends, everything's got to tie out. It can't be where there's, you know, a shortfall in one specific line item, or you took in more money than you budgeted. It's a natural course. We need to basically course correct throughout the fiscal year, and this allows us to get a jump on that, because we'll have to make more changes as we get closer to May and June, when revenues come in, things go out that we approve, and make sure that it's all resolved. So if everyone's okay with it, we can authorize with this vote the clerk to post the notice, giving the community and the public 2 weeks to know about the various budget changes that'll be debated, and then we'll go in depth in 2 weeks. Does that sound okay to everybody?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion?
I would like to have a small correction. Sorry.
Okay.
So in the first page, the first line item, parking meter revenue, I would like to change that the GL code is incorrect. It should be 101-000-607-500. First page, first line item, parking meter revenue.
Okay, so that's in a description, not in the resolution itself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know that we'll need to necessarily, thank you for notating that. And clerk?
Thank you, Mr. President. So actually, in the notice, I have to publish all of the proposed budget amendments. So you're saying, through the president, parking meter revenue 101-000-607.500.
Yes.
Okay.
And so instead of .050, it should instead be .500.
Yes.
Okay, please, you know, if you need to review those again, just since there's so many.
Okay.
That doesn't change the body of the resolution, but just touch base with the clerk's office so that way it's noticed properly. Okay? Councilwoman James?
Yeah, I would, because of the number, the volume of changes. We need to get somebody to go over them to just ensure, because when you're working on this stuff, it's so easy to just miss one letter and one number. So somebody needs to go over these and verify that they are the correct account numbers and the correct amounts that we're talking about. Okay?
So the resolution would be that's before us right now, whereas pursuant to Section 5.104 of the Pontiac Home Rule Charter, the city is required to have a balanced budget. And whereas Section 5.106 of the Pontiac Home Rule Charter permits appropriation of available revenues not previously appropriated, and whereas to balance the budget for fiscal year could I please have a motion to amend the resolution to add the word year after fiscal?
So moved.
All right, moved by Councilwoman Rutherford. Is there a second?
Second by Carrington.
Okay, moved by Rutherford, second by Carrington. It's in the third whereas. It's adding the word year between fiscal and the number 2023. Do you have that, Clerk Doyle? Mm-hmm. Okay, roll call on that amendment, just adding that grammatical change.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
Yes.
That amendment passes, so it reads now, whereas to balance the budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, an omnibus budget amendment is being requested to appropriate revenues not previously appropriated, increase estimated revenue and appropriations across different funds, departments, and general ledger accounts. And whereas the Finance Department is requesting that City Council authorize the City Clerk to properly publish notice of the proposed budget amendments upon at least 1 week's notice in accordance with the Pontiac Home Rule Charter. Now therefore be it resolved, the City Council authorizes the City Clerk to publish notice of the proposed omnibus budget amendments. Is everyone clear on what's before us? Sounds like it. Speakers is exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of this resolution.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. Resolution is adopted. That'll be before us in 2 weeks' time, and we'll go in depth on each of those specific proposed budget changes. We're at number 9. It doesn't require a move in a second because it was before the City Council previously. It's the resolution to approve the purchase of 6 trucks using the State of Michigan My Deal Cooperative number 071B770180. The quotes are valid for 2024 in accordance with the My Deal Vehicle Purchasing Program. To confirm with the administration, has the content of this resolution changed since it was before City Council last?
The short answer is that the description of it has changed. I'm not sure if the resolution has changed. The reason I say that is we want to make it clear that we're utilizing ARPA dollars for this purchase, and we have done that in the description, in the memo. But I don't know that that was ever in the actual resolution in terms of the source of funds. So I want to be, I only have tonight's resolution before me, not last week's resolution before me. So I want to be very careful about that. We do have our purchasing manager here, Alicia Martin, and Manager Martin, are you able to speak to whether the resolution itself has changed since last week?
There's no wrong answer. It just changes how I need to move it procedurally.
So to the point that you made earlier, Mayor, it was provided additional information about where the funding was coming from to pay for the trucks, which is the last paragraph of the resolution on the front page. But the resolution itself in its entirety on the back did not change. There was just a paragraph added to talk about the ARPA funding to cover the purchase of the vehicle.
Which is in the memo, not the resolution, correct?
That begs the question, though, Mayor Grimo, will we need a future resolution to authorize the use of American Rescue Plan funds for that, or is it already qualified based on a previous action of City Council authorizing vehicle acquisition?
I will. My question? I do, which really leads to a broader question, which is anytime we have a resolution authorizing the purchase of something, does it need to specify the source of funds in the resolution? And I will defer to Deputy Mayor Stevens and our purchasing manager, Martin, for that.
Thank you, Mayor, Council President. It is, in fact, best practice that it should. It is not a steadfast requirement. It is a best practice.
Okay. Just for the sake of making it neat and tidy, since we have it before us, I'll consider an amendment right now that would say, and adding a final resolve, be it further resolved that the City Council authorizes the utilization of American Rescue Plan Act dollars for this expenditure. Is there such a motion from a City Council member?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker to add that resolution. Did I say it well enough for you, Clerk Doyle, or should I reiterate it?
So we're adding to the be it further resolved.
We're adding a final be it further resolved. Yep. Be it further resolved, the City Council authorizes the utilization of American Rescue Plan Act dollars for this purchase. Okay, it was moved by Rutherford, seconded by Parker. So that's the amendment before us. It's just adding further clarity and authorization. There are many millions of dollars in American Rescue Plan Act funds that have not been explicitly appropriated. City Council is very eager to make sure that that is fully used to benefit the citizens and improve the quality of life as allowed by the federal guidelines. This is permissible. And any further discussion on the amendment itself? Councilman James.
I just would like to say that I had a chance to physically see the trucks that our Parks and Rec guys were driving when we had the 2-day engagement, and I can attest that they are junk. And they're bad. And it is definitely time for, for us to do that. This is very appropriate for us to do that.
From the audience, Billy Swayzer said, thank the emergency manager for those jalopies. getting rid of the quality stuff. Thank you for that commentary. I needed to keep me going. Fuel in my veins. Hearing no further discussion on the motion to amend, it's adding a final resolve specifying and authorizing that ARPA dollars are the funding source and is authorized by the City Council. Hearing nothing further, roll call Clerk Doyle on approving of that amendment.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Yes. That motion carries. The amendment is now incorporated into the main resolution before us. Was there anything further that the Parks and Recreation Director or Purchasing Manager wanted us to know about the item before us? I apologize, I was out of the country when it was here for the first consideration, so I don't want to shut out any council members that still had more questions about how they will be used, but to advance the priorities and improvements of the Parks and Recreation Department writ large.
Yes, we have 8 major parks and 22 parks that the Parks and Recreation staff will have to maintain. And so these vehicles will help them do that, help them transport equipment back and forth, and any other maintenance adding. And I agree with Councilman James, these are past their useful life. They were 2009 vehicles, so way past their useful life of 10 years.
And eventually the weather is going to get better, so we're going to have that busy season of mowing, which means there's going to be lots of calls, so this helps us be more proactive than reactive.
Excellent. Any further discussion on the main motion, adoption of the resolution authorizing the purchase of the vehicles? Councilwoman Rutherford.
Just a question for the director. Do you have the actual scheduling for when the parks will be cut? And if so, can the administration post it so that the community can know what days or what weeks will the parks actually be cut?
Good evening. About a month ago, I did submit a mowing schedule. If that was not received, I can also get that back out again before you leave tonight. So late as it is, I'll have it prepared before you guys leave so you can have that and you may post it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I know that some city council did see it. I think Councilman James might have put it on my desk. So we welcome every council member getting that.
But I was referring to it being put on the city website since we put everything else. If we put the mowing schedule, then everybody will be on the same page.
Okay, cool. The request has been delivered. All right, any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing nothing further, speakers, this is exhausted. Roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that motion carries. All right, we're at number 10 on the agenda. This question is to clarify so I know which procedure to go with just for housekeeping. Has the content of this resolution changed? Number 10, the resolution approving the mayor or deputy mayor to award the bid. Has the resolution language changed at all?
I believe it has, because one of the things we wanted to make sure we had correct in the contract and in the resolution was that the legal name was exactly correct for the architectural firm.
Okay.
So I believe that was changed.
Okay, because previously it was, this council tabled it indefinitely, the existing resolution, and so if it hadn't changed, I was going to pull it from the table. That'd be our motion. But since it's a new one, we'll let that one wither and die in the netherworld. Is there a motion to adopt this resolution approving the mayor or deputy mayor to award the bid and execute the AIA document B133-2019, contract with Racer MRSA or MRSA to design a youth community recreation center?
A motion?
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington for this resolution awarding the bid and authorizing the execution of the contract. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to just begin by thanking City Council for your collaboration in coming up with this recommendation. We had a panel of people who were involved in making this selection, including 3 city council members. So the city council was very much a direct partner and collaborative force in making sure that we were able to select the architectural firm that a broad array of city stakeholders really thought was the best to design the absolute best possible state-of-the-art facility that our young people in the community deserve. And I want to thank in particular President McGinnis, President Pro Tem Carrington, and Councilwoman James for your participation in this selection process. I also want to emphasize that about half of the total cost of the contract or the total work is truly architectural in nature, meaning it'll be performed by the 2 strict architecture firms here. The rest of the work will be done by engineering firms and by other partners that are part of this contract in the form of subcontractors. Of the strictly architectural work, we were told last week that about half of that will be performed by MRSA, doing business as Racer MRSA, and the other half roughly will be done by their Michigan partner firm, Hobbs & Black. And we had a presentation last week, as City Council knows, and an opportunity to ask questions of the Racer MRSA firm. Tonight we have a representative of Hobbs & Black here who can certainly answer questions from the perspective of the Michigan architectural firm that is partnering with Racer MRSA on this project. Certainly if council has any questions, we welcome those. But we really wanted to make sure that our I's were dotted in the contract, our T's were crossed, including but not limited to the fact that we wanted to make sure that that entity's legal name was properly reflected in the contract.
Okay. Did staff have further information they wanted to share in terms of the selection? And then I'll get city council questions.
Just to give some background, we went through a 5 to 6 month process for the competitive bid process to select the firm Racer MRSA. It was a very tedious, interesting process. We posted the bid September 25th. By statute, federal regulations, it's supposed to be posted for 30 days or more to the public. We did exceed the 30-day posting. So the solicitation closed on November 13th. 23, so we did exceed that 30-day time frame to have a solicitation posted to the public. A total of 68 firms requested the documents via BidNet, so there was extreme interest in this particular solicitation. A total of 9 firms ended up submitting a bid proposal in response, and a total of 6 firms were shortlisted for interviews. So all this happened in a matter of 3 months, this process. After that, we did notification of non-award January 11th to those firms that were not shortlisted, so they did receive notification. And the 6 firms that were invited, the 6 firms that remained that were not shortlisted were invited to interview. Those interviews occurred January the 29th, the 30th, and February 8th. And that's pretty much the rest of the process involved tabulation, deliberation, but we were very, very thorough. We used evaluation criteria to evaluate each firm. Each firm was asked the same number of questions, the same types of questions. So we were very thorough and clear with this process.
Okay, I'm going to start with Councilwoman Rutherford since she had her first. I'll go down to everybody, and if there's questions that the mayor wants to answer, he can hit them in one fell swoop versus any back and forth. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Through the council president to the administration, what community partners were used in the selection bidding? Meaning you had council, which community groups did you reach out to go through the selection process? If there was none, why? That's the first one. The second question is, what is the exact amount estimated on how much this is going to cost the city? And what I mean by that, very direct and transparent, how much is it going to cost to build this youth center? Because I was told before in a meeting in January, or was it February, by Deputy Stevens, that it would be anywhere between, I think it was 13 to 25 million. So I wanted on the record the estimation how much it's going to be. Number 3, and this is most importantly, if we didn't ask, when we don't have community partners, what is the timeline for when actual community engagement is going to start if we are to improve this? So that community partners, people who have landscaping, people who have people that can work on the projects will be allowed to be a part of the process, because what is happening is every week we get an email about how there's no community engagement about major projects and how there's no community engagement about hiring people locally. And it's frustrating because the responses that are being put out to the community don't make sense. It's like apples and oranges. So those are my 3 questions, yielding it to the administration, hoping they give me direct answers and not hypothetical. Thanks.
Since she said yield to the administration, it ruins my whole order. So Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Well, this stage is simply hiring the architectural firms and their design partners. So this stage is not about hiring the electrical contractors or the plumbing contractors or the laborers on the site. This is strictly about designing the project. And even before we went out with the RFP for the design phase, even before we went out with this RFP, we had several community forums to really hear directly from the community about what they were looking for in terms of the elements of the Youth Recreation Center, so we could include those elements in the RFP so that the architectural firms would know what exactly they were bidding on. So that was this stage. The next stage is going to be bringing on board a construction manager who will then help move the project forward, including hiring the actual subcontractors who will be doing the specific construction work and will be hiring folks. So we're not yet to that stage. So now that, well, assuming this passes tonight, the next stage, even before we hire the construction manager, will be that the design firms will again do community forums to solicit input from the community about more detail about, okay, we know that these basic elements are to be included in the Youth Recreation Center, because we learned that from the initial community forums back in the very early fall or late summer. But now, what do we want in terms of those detailed design elements? Then there'll be the construction manager that's brought on, and we won't know the exact cost until we go out to bid based on the design and the construction documents that the architectural firm will be preparing. So we won't know that exact cost until we go out to bid for the construction work, is the short answer.
We got it. For a first time, Councilman Goodman, anything?
At this moment, no.
Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, President Gins. First, I just want to say thank you for leading the process to pick out this firm. I think some of the skepticism concerning this particular project is that we haven't built a rec center. The last administration hadn't built a rec center, and we're in our 3rd year, and we're still at this point. But I definitely want to say to this community that this project is a very important project for the City Council as well as the administration, and I know it's taking time. Some of it is taking time because we want to make sure that we get a good project. But I also want to say, and this is from my perspective, I do think this project needs to be scaled back financially so we can manage it. I think sometimes our eyes get big and we want everything. And I understand that. I understand that. But I do think that moving forward, we do need to get this project done. We need to put it in a price range that this city can handle it and that we can manage long term. That's just one council person saying this, so I'm not speaking for the whole council. But I do want to see this project get done. And we lambasted the last administration because they didn't get it done. So it's in our ballpark, and we need to get it done for this city and our youth. So that's where I'm at with this project. I want to see it move on. We talked about community engagement. That's going to happen with this particular project. What's the estimate of that building being towed down? Yeah, timeline. Yep.
Yielding to the Deputy Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Stevens, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council. Last week, you did approve us to work with Oakland County, and so again, we have connected with them. It should be approximately 60 days from last week for them to actually have people on site beginning. So I won't say on site beginning tearing down the building, but on site beginning the work to tear down the building, which is the environmental remediations.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No further questions.
Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Microphone.
Yes, you mentioned that there were 9 firms that submitted, and there were 6 that were interviewed. Do you have the list of the 6, just for transparency, that we did interview?
Yes.
Could you read that off for me? It's the first question.
Yes. You want me to go now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Inform Studios, Racer MRSA, Hamilton Anderson, HED, TMP, and TDG Architects.
Okay. Thank you. And then my second question is, the first time this came to council, there was some question about some additions that needed to be done to the contract. And what I'd like is clarification on what was changed, what changes we had to do. I'm assuming that our attorney has looked this over and made whatever changes that she would have recommended, but has that all been taken care of?
It has. And so all of the modifications that are needed to the contract have occurred. A lot of those modifications were just filling in some additional detail, including, as I said earlier, making sure that the legal name of the firm was correct, but also making sure that some of the additional details in terms of the scope of the project and what exactly they were being asked to do and on what timeline was clarified as well.
And it's not, what we have is not clarified what was changed, and I wish that you guys had given us something with a little more understanding of what you actually did correct and what I would have been interested in knowing what the attorney, what her additions were.
It was, I can speak to that. It was the increase in terms of liability coverage because the limit that we had was very low. I think it was $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
And she was requesting that we go for a higher limit.
Okay.
And legal counsel did do a thorough review of the contract form. We've had our law director look at it, as well as representation from Clark Hill, Jeff Gillant. He looked at it as well to make sure that the actual AIA contract form benefited the city as well as the architect. I know typically we've been told that only the architect benefit from that particular template, but we did add it to add additional terms and conditions to protect the city.
Okay.
Councilman Parker? Okay, for a second time, Councilman Rutherford.
Does this company have or Racer have any current contracts with the city, and if so, what are they?
Racer does not have, and I could defer to, but as far as I know, they do not have any current contracts with the city. They have done work in cities in Michigan, but not specifically with the city of Pontiac.
So they've never done any work here?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilman James.
And my last question, we've gotten quite a few emails and communications in regards to a DEI policy for Racer. Do they have a DEI policy on record? And if so, could we receive a copy of it?
I provided a DEI statement last week to Hobbs and Black, and I will double check and follow that up and get that to you guys again.
I appreciate it.
For a third time.
So do they have one or don't they? Because not a statement, do they have one actually in place? Is there something actually in writing?
Hobbs and Black has a DEI statement. We can get one from Racer, is what
Okay.
he was communicating.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Mayor Grime, any final discussion on the motion before us? The motion is A resolution approving the mayor or deputy mayor to award the bid and execute the AIA document B1133-2019 contract with Eraser/MRSA to design a youth community recreation center. Any further discussion?
Just one final question, and I'm sorry, I should have asked this. Concerning the bids, Deputy Mayor, what is the best practice on that when it comes to putting the bids of companies into the packets?
So I'm so sorry. I'm speaking out of turn. You directed your question.
Actually, if you want to redirect to you, because I'm asking this question because I know at times, sometimes you have the bids in the packet, sometimes you don't. The school district was the same way, so I'm asking what is the best practice?
So the best practice is to include tabulation in the bid packet, and I did. That was my oversight. We did post the tabulation to BidNet. So the tabulation for the evaluation criteria and the cost proposals are accessible via BidNet online, so anyone can click out there and see what they are. It was not intentional. It was just an oversight.
All right, thank you.
Any final discussion? All right, I think everyone's clear on what we're voting on. This is for the architectural and design services for the Youth Community Recreation Center, City of Pontiac facility that will be located at the corner of Glenwood and Montcalm. Roll call, Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
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 Yes?
All right, motion carries, resolutions adopted. Public comment time. Let's have some fun.
Regina Campbell, I was looking for you. I was about to go past you.
I'm on time this time. So congratulations on the youth center, passing that. And I'm going to echo, I'm going to get a little, sorry. Oh, thank you. Can y'all start my clock?
Okay.
I'm going to echo a little bit about what Carlton said and a little bit about Maxwell. Is it Maxie? He's not here. About a compliance officer. We want to talk about DEI, a EEO plan, as we have the developers and the developers that come into the community, that we have something like that as these developers come through. I don't think it should be optional. I think it should be something that the city council look for, because we bring value to our city as small business, emerging developers, and contractors. We've got this housing plan that's coming out. MISTA has come out with their second round or first round of funding for development of housing. A lot of these people are going to get funding, federal funding. MISTA requires a EEO plan and a DEI plan from each one of them. And all of you who sits here, the administration who lets these developers come in, that should be information that should be public. I'm going to request, I don't know how the resolutions work or how the ordinance work, but I'm going to say that we need to put that in place as the developers come into the community. Let me see here. So that was my comment, is that, again, as these developers come in place, if they get TIP funds, they get MISTA funding, brownfield, whatever, there's a DEI plan that needs to be in place, and it should be public. We shouldn't have to be guessing if they have one. We shouldn't have to figure out if they have some local contractors that live in a disadvantaged geographic area, which is what we're tagged as. So this money is here, and when we talk about generational wealth, it needs to go across the board to all of us. I want to ask a question. I don't know if you guys can answer it, but when Mark Yanker did his presentation about the district overlay infill, I mentioned something about the duplexes, and he talked about a two-family flat. I understand the difference between the two. So, and I'm not for sure where he went with that. I know it states that if you're building a duplex, you have to live in one. If you're building and you want to sell one, but if you're living in a single-family duplex, not a duplex, but a flat, one on top, one on bottom, you need to live in one. I just want to get some clarity on that. And I know that was the first reading for him, but first reading for you guys to review. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Let me just say this, that some of us who've been around here for a while, everybody may think DEI just came about, but it didn't. And I'm hearing that our problem is really not you guys. It's in the RFP process. But you guys got to be able to do your homework too. There's no ifs, ands, and questions that this proposal that you just agreed to, it was not Hobbs and Black's name on there. This was a company out of Chicago. You do any homework on there, there's no diversity in the city of Chicago. Now, I know they do work all around. I'm not saying they don't do good work, but we can get architects. We can get engineers that look like us. That's not just contracted work. That's what we need. Years ago, when we didn't even have black teachers here, they went to HBCUs and got black teachers and brought them here to Pontiac. But if we don't never do that, it will never change. You accepting the fact that only people who can do architect and engineering work can't be us. And I guarantee you, if we continue down this track, it never will be around here. Yes, I'm a little bit disturbed by it because it was brought to your attention. You want the brick and mortar so bad, but we don't want to invest in our people. That's why years from now, the economic level of Pontiac in the richest county of Oakland County is going to continue to be so low. It's going to continue that way. We can do these top-notch jobs. We can have architects and engineers. We have them. We can go find them. That's what TDC would do for you, Mayor. We'll go find the people you want if you really want people of black and brown. But if you accept it and continue to accept it, well, okay, we get to the landscape, we get to contractors, okay, we might find something. They need development help too. But we need to start somewhere, guys. We got to. I mean, this right here, we talking about youth center, brick and mortar. It's the young people who are black and brown, 70% in this city. If we don't have that integrated into our RFPs, we will never make a change here. Now, as long as I'm around here, you're going to hear me talk about this. But, guys, I've gave you information about community engagement. I've gave you information about how you can include workforce development to be a component when people do not have DEI. They need to contribute to work. It ain't too late. You need to demand that they do some workforce development as part of developing this project. And we will find people and make sure to develop as architects and as engineers. I want everybody to know, go to the site and you can see what we did, what TDC did for that Carnav group. Go on YouTube and you can see the program. It'd be fantastic. Mayor was there. We appreciate you being there. You see, as we highlighted the people for 2024. You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Was it Claude Venner?
Good evening. You done had all the professionals talk, so you guys old folk like me now, and I have been here a long time. And what Carlton said about diversity, I looked even with this last project, and I remember anytime I go anywhere, I'm looking to see somebody to look like me, okay? We have a Black History Month, but we don't have a Black Heritage Month because our heritage was taken away. My heritage comes from a plantation in Kentucky, the vinegar plantation in Kentucky. That's my heritage. That's all I know. That's as far as it goes. And so just like when I seen them start working on the street, I looked at the group there, 7 men, 1 woman. None look like me. And that's here in the city. And if I don't see it here in the city, I'm not going to see it. Now, the other thing, you heard about the bridge collapse in, what was that? In Baltimore. Now, that's a big bridge, a lot bigger than our little bridge that we've got. Now, it would be a shame if they're able to get that big bridge done in a timely manner, and here our little bridge is still in some kind of committee. Okay? So, y'all know, y'all get me away from the park, because usually that's all I'm talking about is the park, and I've already started on it. But if you get me away from the park and I'm talking about something else, I figure it's important for the city. So one thing I see is missing is priority. Now, is that little bridge a priority for this city? It should be, because I came last year and I told you, you have a great crew. So if your priority is to direct that crew to finish that bridge, it will be done in a timely manner. But if you haven't directed it to do it, it won't be done. And so I'm just trying to say that, it's one thing to tell me, okay, it's going to be done. It's another thing to do it, okay? And just like with the park, I don't wait for somebody else to start. If I figure if it's something I could do it. But this is not something I could do, but this is something you can do. And I'm hoping that you won't just talk about it, but you'll do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vernon, is it Moner? Yeah, you have it.
My name is Vernon Molnar. I own 1254 University Drive. It's a single-family brick house. It's on 1 acre, and I bought it. It was fire damaged, and I bought it to renovate and repair. To give you a little background, I was talking to the Mayor Pro Tem Auburn Hills, and he was telling me about how Auburn Hills is working with Oakland University. Oakland University purchased Baker College, and they're converting it into a hospital. That's going to be their College of Medicine. The Oakland University is working with Auburn Hills, and any resident of Auburn Hills can go to the clinic at Oakland when the hospital is done and get treated for free. And in exchange for that, Auburn Hills is going to take out the center lane on University and plant trees and make it a boulevard and make repairs. And I had these grandiose plans. I was going to build I was going to build something on the theme of Oakland University on Meadowbrook Hall, English tutor type facility for students where they could, like a sorority house, where they could just walk to the medical center. And I had these grandiose plans, and then one thing led to another with roadblocks and hurdles with the building department. And I throttled it back to a 2,500 square foot brick house. It's on 1 acre. And this morning I was denied a building permit. So I'm going to pull my heavy equipment off the job site. I'm not coming back. I'm thoroughly disappointed and browbeaten. And I just feel bad that things have just, I made an effort, and I just wanted you to know that I gave it my best shot. And just so you know who I am, out of 4,500 builders in the United States, I was in the top 10 for Builder of the Year. I was on Fox 2 News, Channel 7 Action News, front page of the paper. I have a track record of doing good work. I built the Harry Potter castle. So this is who I am, and this is who you ran out of town. And I feel very strongly about this. I feel I've been wronged, and I just wanted to vent to you people and let everyone here know that that when I pull my heavy equipment out, I am not coming back. I am done. I've worked in Bloomfield, Rochester, Troy, $1 million houses, and I can't even build a 2,500 square foot house in Pontiac because of overregulation. Matter of fact, I've been in court twice this year already, and I have another court date Monday on the 8th for having heavy equipment on a job site. The clock on the wall says I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
We want to continue to encourage people who want to develop the city. So sorry to hear about that. That didn't work out. But anyway, thank you, Council, for looking at that contract for the Racer mRNA, MSRA, whatever it is, for the youth development design, and for postponing it for 2 weeks until you got the answers that you needed to get. You know, when it was first considered, some of us brought to your attention, there was no DEI consideration, and that should be part of every contract that comes to the city. So thank you for taking the time to look at that and making sure that what wasn't there before when you first considered it and was postponed for 2 weeks is certainly there now, in addition to the fact that we got a chance to know a little bit more about the bids and how those contracts were decided. So thank you for that. And Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, you asked, how much is the promised site that's going to be built is going to cost the city, and how much should we anticipate with all the promises that have been done? When the last city council decided not to buy the money, use the money they had set aside to buy the Youth Rec Center on Gulf Drive, they asked me to get Hubble, Roth & Clark, one of our main engineers, to do some studies on what it would cost to new build a Youth Rec Center on several sites. So we did that. And I just wanted to give you the idea. I downloaded a copy for myself. At that time in 1921, it would be between $18 and $20 million. And 2021 costs for the kinds of things that you have promised the people and you want to have. And this didn't include an aquatic center that has been promised people. And so they've been waiting for that. Didn't have a youth center of their own in the city because they were promised that this is what's going to happen and this is what they're going to have. So this is what's the role model, and this is how much the costs were back then. So it's probably going to be more now. But I came because I want to know what's happening with the ARPA money. The homeowners program started off with such a defect here. People couldn't get applications. And now the same thing seems to be happening with the small business program. That was delayed in start. People can't get a straight answer about when the awards will be given. Supposedly, they were announced the awards, but then they can't find out what the program is going to be. Nobody can give them a straight answer. We have contradictory statements being made about what the awards are. The mayor said that they're $75,000 if you're a Pontiac business who is the owner, lives in the city, $50,000 if not. He said that several times. We heard that there was a contract awarded. Tamika Ramsey, Commissioner, and Associates, that's right. A little advertising.
Order in the chambers. I do like the
a little advertising. But said she told the Pontiac Charter Revision Commission that she had a contract with the city. The mayor said no, the contract, no such contract. So people can't get a straight answer, and they want to know how they can get this money. I know, right? Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Rosalind Norcross. And then Tamika Ramsey on deck.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, City Council. I have had a date with you each Tuesday since January, advocating for the reduction of noise from M1 concourse. The Planning Commission will review the site plans for the proposed M1 expansion tomorrow night, April 3rd, 6 p.m. here in Council Chambers. And the public comment section will precede the deliberation by the Planning Commission. So I am inviting everyone who has been negatively impacted by the sounds from M1 to come and share your experiences with the Planning Commission. And if you don't want to share, just come and hear how it has affected your fellow residents. Again, that's tomorrow evening, 6 p.m., April 3rd, here in the City Council chambers, the Planning Commission meeting on the M1 expansion plans. In 2014, M1 came to these very chambers, and they were asked about how they were going to contain the noise. If you look in the minutes from that meeting in 2014 from the Planning Commission, it happened in October, and it's online. The CEO of M1 responded by saying that the test track has been designed to buffer the noise from the community. Unfortunately, that has not been the experience of the community. The buffering has been far from sufficient for us. And so that's why we are asking the Planning Commission tomorrow to, before they approve plans for M1, that they make sure that those plans include buffering of the noise generated by M1 for the residents who live adjacent to M1 Concourse. So hopefully I'll see you all right here tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Norcross. Ms. Tamarika Ramsey. Mr. Chuck Johnson on deck.
All right, so from 2015 to 2022, T. Ramsey and Associates spent over $250,000 of our own funds from our profits to support small businesses in the city of Pontiac because the Waterman administration did not make them a priority. When COVID happened, instead of fighting for funds for hurting businesses, the former mayor, Mayor Deidre Waterman, put labels on boxes that the county gave small businesses. She co-opted a grant that Main Street Pontiac wrote, and then the funding that was allocated to the city of Pontiac for small businesses, she mismanaged, and in order for the money to not go back, they utilized it on the sheriff's contract. So, small business support is a priority because the last 2 terms of the previous Deidre Waterman administration, they didn't get any support or help. So that's why small businesses are crying for help right now. So now that the city is moving forward slowly, but y'all moving slowly, Dr. Waterman is now sending out confusing emails. The mayor never said $75,000. It was $50,000 if you were a Pontiac resident as a grant, and $50,000 if you had a brick and mortar in the city, but you didn't live here as a loan. She also sent an unsolicited email to Huntington Bank regarding a grant that T. Ramsey and Associates and Pontiac Community Foundation wrote. So, because I heard my name several times and a lot of disinformation and a lot of lies, I wanted to come here to set the record straight. T. Ramsey and Associates, along with Pontiac Community Foundation, are working with Huntington Bank to provide a conference. This conference has nothing to do with the city of Pontiac. What we are trying to do is partner with the city to make sure that we are providing grants around the time ARPA funding is getting made, because people need 20% of the grant or loan to be able to get the money. Now, once again, if the Waterman administration cared as much as she bring herself up here every week to tell things that are not true, this city would probably be in a better place right now. But she didn't, so we hear. I just want to make sure that small businesses are aware that the city is moving forward. The contract conversation that I had at the charter meeting was, we were talking about gifts. And I said, If I have a contract with the city, does that stop me from bringing Starbucks to people who work here that I'm friends with? That was the contract conversation. Not that I had one, because I don't. Once again, disinformation and lies need to stop, because these are people's livelihoods we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Mr. Chuck Johnson on deck. Mr. Chuck Johnson next. Darlene Clark on deck.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, those of you here in the audience and those of you at home watching by television. My concern tonight is about that bridge, and we heard a lot of talk about the bridge situation. So what I did is I took the initiative to go down there, and I did my own observation of that bridge. I've showed it to a few people tonight and previous weeks before. What the administration is saying to us citizens who have to get from the north side of town or anywhere in the middle of the city to the St. Joe Hospital, for an example. You cannot do it. Mr. Parker just referenced that if the roads that are being repaired down on the south side, you can't even get in a roundabout way to the hospital or any other emergency situation. So I'm saying to you folks here in the audience tonight, those of you at home watching by television, Chuck Johnson is saying that that bridge can be repaired, not necessarily replaced, by looking at the documents that I've got, and I want to go a step further. I'm going to challenge the chair, Mike. I'm going to challenge you to get on the telephone and call a bridge building company, have their engineer come to this podium and share with us the findings that and you can use the city documents if you want to, because I got documents from the city. Use those documents and tell us that that bridge can't be repaired. I'll pay the first $1,000 to get him here or her. I'll post that because I believe, and I'm a firm believer in fairness in this city. Each one of you can force this administration on every level because you guys are the bosses. They can't do anything without you guys up there saying yes or no to it. Put some pressure where it needs to be put. Get that bridge repaired and open so that these folks sitting in this audience and those folk around the city can get to a hospital or to the south side of town. With my last few minutes, I want to say another thing. As it relates, I forgot. I don't even want to talk about it. You know, it bothers me deeply when I see the people here in Pontiac getting misused the way we're getting misused. We are getting misused with lies, innuendos, stories that don't work. Bring the engineer to this counter, to this podium, and I'll pay the first $1,000 to get him here or her, and let him tell us that that bridge can't be repaired instead of replaced. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Transparency among the city of Pontiac is a very, very, very honorable thing to do. It's a thing that where you gain trust. And right now, the city of Pontiac is truly broken, but we was broken when the administration first came in and the council first came in. Tonight, the mayor had brought to the attention or to the podium that the cost to repair certain areas of the streets. A main problems with the residents who's been here a long period of time is our streets. And our streets is in deplorable conditions, which means it is in the worst, it's at its worst in our surrounding cities. From every city, from Detroit, Bloomfield, Birmingham, their streets is not as bad as ours. Auburn Hills, you name it, the streets are bad. So what the people I wanted, and Ms. Rutherford brought it to the attention, is that are you expecting for the people to make this on bond for the next election? Are getting our streets repaired is a crucial. We can't get out our driveways. We can't drive down our streets. We can't do anything. But in the same token, you routing traffic through our neighborhood to constantly to destroy it. You fill in the potholes one day, and the next day the tire is up, which you mean you're putting in cheap material just to pacify the people. Is there any way that you can have an emergency, whatever you want to call it, in order to get these streets repaired so our insurance, our home, everything about our automobiles can be not costly to us? I have a big hole in the middle of my street at this point right now that I've been talking for 2 years in your administration. And you know what? I quit talking about it. I asked you once and I did ask you twice. Now it's up to the street, my neighbors, to complain. By M1 from Rockwell to Harrison Street, oh my God, Harrison Street, Pike Street, all these streets in return are terrible. You need to find an emergency money from somewhere. If you can build and rebuild a school, if you can tear down a bridge, if you can do all of that, look out for the people. The people is what's going to keep you in office, sir. And if you can't make the people happy, at least something for our tax dollars, what's the use of you being reelected?
Thank you. That concludes public comment. President McGinnis.
Thank you, Pro Tem Carrington. We are at discussions number 11 on the agenda. This is a quick FYI for everybody. Yard waste curbside collection for Pontiac residents has returned. So now through the end of November, have some yard waste excitement. Hooray! Any further discussion on that? Okay. The next is an FYI for everyone leaving right now. Just so you know, tomorrow at 3 o'clock is the groundbreaking ceremony at the Webster Community Center. The community is invited. So we've heard from the groups that are making that major project happen. That groundbreaking is this Wednesday, April 3rd at 3 p.m. And that, of course, is on Huron between Murphy and Monroe. The entire community is invited. All right, the next is next steps on funding utilization for homelessness intervention and resources. The City Council, when we approved the budget, included funding for homelessness intervention for this current fiscal year. So we are eager to see that funding go to where it's needed, intervening in homelessness crises. Councilman Parker, you requested this discussion. I'll give the floor first to you.
Thank you, sir. As most of you are aware, in the budget of this year, the council approved and allocated $250,000 for the homeless initiative. It was when we established that, it was the plan to develop a process for receipt of those funds, which would include a budget from those who was asking for the funds. How are you going to use the funds to benefit to the city? Long-term plan, budget for future self-sustainment, and even as we sit here 9-10 months later, there's still and after numerous months, there's still not a comprehensive plan process in place for people to get those funds, and people are suffering. And so I'm recommending to the council tonight that we would allocate, and I'll give you a copy of the resolution if you don't mind, Brother President. And I'll read it for you as it reads. Here. Whereas the City Council, and I'll read the resolution if that's okay? Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Let me send y'all one too.
It's a discussion, so you can share what you want to consider.
Okay. So whereas the City of Pontiac fiscal year 2023-24 budget approved by the Pontiac City Council and enacted by the City of Pontiac included $250,000 in homeless intervention funding, and whereas this Pontiac City Council has consistently communicated their interest, intention, and expectation in that time-sensitive funding utilization being prioritized and expended in a timely manner. And whereas the City Council has expected the funding utilization to be actively underway or completed already in past timeline, I'm talking regular community because the City Council have passed, and whereas the funding in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget, GL 101-699-818-000, now therefore be resolved, the City Council hereby formally approves the distribution of the GL 101-699-818-000 Homeless Intervention Fund as follows: $175 to the Catholic Community Reserve Resource Team, $25,000 to the Baldwin Center Clothes Closet, $25,000 to E-Community Outreach Services, and $25,000 to the Hope Warming Center. And further resolved, the council requests a written update from Pontiac Mayor Tim Brown on the execution of this approved funding distribution. Approved this second day of April 2024 by the Pontiac City Council.
Okay, did you want to do a motion to suspend the rules to take this up?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Parker that we
Seconded.
suspend the rules to take up this resolution he'd like to introduce now, and it hadn't been on the agenda. It was seconded
Support.
by Councilwoman Rutherford. So now the question is, do we want to pause the rules and allow this item when it wasn't on the agenda that we adopted? Everyone clear on what's before us? Okay. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to suspend the rules.
Carrington?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The rules are suspended. Councilman Parker, do you now move your resolution on homelessness intervention city funding distribution?
Yes.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford on the resolution that was just iterated, just read. Any further rationale you'd like to offer, Councilman Parker, before we deliberate? Okay.
No, sir, I don't have any other.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I had a meeting with Councilman Parker and Councilman Goodman about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, and we talked about some possibilities and their priorities. I did send them a written proposal that tried to incorporate those suggestions in an RFP process. I had not heard back in response to that. I think my main question about this is about whether we can just designate groups or whether we need to have some sort of RFP or competitive process to determine where the funds go.
Councilman Goodman, Councilwoman Rutherford.
So before we even get into the discussion of if we can do what you're discussing, I do want to highlight a very important point, which is not to bully you or beat you up about timelines. We had that meeting about 2 weeks ago, and we did not get any information in regards to your plan until, Pastor Park, I believe, what was it, within like the past day or so. So 2 weeks of having this meeting, and then over at least a week and a half of no plan being sent, and then getting one within the past day or so, that just does not cut it. Now, to your question of whether or not city council can just appropriate money to certain orgs, I'm not even going to touch base on that. But to your point, you had enough time, and there was no communication until recently. And for us to communicate back, like it's not set up equally or fair in terms of communication between us since that last meeting.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Oh, yeah. 10 months. 10 months. 10 months. There were 10 months where this has been an active item, and it wasn't just Councilman Parker, it wasn't just Goodman, it was this whole council asking for clear direction. And the problem with this is there's no sense of urgency. Even after what we experienced in January, even after Barbara from CCRT explaining to this administration that we are in mid-March when she said this, and they have already used their budget for the year. And they are helping our people who are facing homelessness, eviction, lights and gas are being cut off, and they're making life decisions, and there's still no urgency. And I think the problem with me is why isn't there an urgency? This should have been done 9 months ago. It's so easy. We can find everything else under the sun, but this, which directly affects our people, which directly affect people in everybody's district, there's no urgency about this. So excuse me if I'm a little passionate about it, it's because there's no urgency about this. And this, before people try to save face, this is about people. This is about people being okay to live and have fair and decent things done. This is about serving the community that we sometimes forget about. The very same people that we're going to ask to vote for us next year. who are going to CCRT, who are going to e-community services saying, my lights and my gas getting cut off, I ain't got no food, and they're telling them, unfortunately, that we're almost out of funds. So I have no regard for hearing excuses because it's been 10 months. That's it.
Anyone for a first time? Mayor Gramel. Oh, I'm sorry, Pro Tem Carrington, then followed by Mayor Gramel for a second.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Just echoing the rest of the council, this is a very important concern, but I do want to talk to the attorney for some legal advice, because I know this is based on ARPA funds. No, okay. I don't. General funds. All right. Thank you.
Mayor Graham.
I just want to be really clear about this, because this was a motion to amend the budget that was offered by Councilman Parker back in June. And shortly thereafter, I met with Councilman Parker and I said, how do you want us to spend this money? And Councilman Parker said, I want to ask the providers who provide these services for their feedback and their guidance. And my understanding is he did that. And in fact, we've talked about this at past city council meetings. And he never got any guidance or feedback. And he and I met again after I didn't hear anything from Councilman Parker for many months. He and I talked again, and I think it was December. And he said, I still haven't heard anything from the groups. Let me ask them again. And then we still didn't hear anything. And so it was in February that we scheduled this meeting to sit down with Councilman Parker and Councilman Goodman. And we did have that meeting 2.5 weeks ago. And based on the feedback I got at that meeting, within about 2 weeks, I shared this proposal with them and with the council president. And I called Councilman Parker last week, actually, and we had a telephone conversation in which I said, I'll have this proposal to you Monday. And I got it to him Monday. So this wasn't something that came from us, it was something that came from council. And I have been in touch with the council person who specifically proposed this last June, repeatedly asking for guidance and input, and never got it until 2.5 weeks ago. And then I provided that guidance yesterday after telling the councilman last week that I would be getting it to him yesterday.
Okay. Councilman Parker.
I don't want to throw anybody underneath the bus, and my purpose is not to belay this issue. My purpose is really to get people some help. And the mayor is right. We put the amount in the budget in July. We met in August. He laid me out a plan. Matter of fact, I wrote down what he said on a piece of, this is what he told me to make sure that they knew what to do. He said they need a budget, they need a general outline of the plan, they need what and when, where, how and when, the benefit of the plan, the long term of the plan, what is going to be self-sustained, because we know the city can't plan on being able to maintain or sustain this process forever. That's what he told me. That's what I sent the 3 groups that had been asking for the monies themselves. Those 3 groups that are listed out in my resolution. To that end, we met again and talked. We probably talked more so on the phone than anything, but we have a couple of meetings where I shared with him. And this same plan, I sent it to you, and I can give you the emails that said that I sent it to those people, and I was waiting for them. And I know in between that, just some of the people who are in charge of these things met with the mayor themselves and asked for the monies. But in the process of that, again, not trying to throw anybody underneath the bus, don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. The last conversation we had was late last year, at which I sent the requirement, the letters, the emails that I got from these 3 people, what said exactly what needed to be said in this outline. And somewhere in between there, I also talked with the deputy mayor in regard to RFP and RFQ. And all of that has been taking place. And it has been, as Councilman Rutherford said, 10 months trying to get an idea, trying to get a plan in place as to how do we get people this money. And it's 10 months later, people are going broke, people are hurting, and there's still, even after today, and I do appreciate what the mayor gave us, because it really is a good template for moving forward with the process, but people are hurting and they need money right now, which is why you're looking at a resolution to help those who are hurting right now. And that's what I'm trying to get accomplished, is to help people right now. Did we have those meetings? Absolutely. Is there a plan in place? Absolutely not. How do we get there? How do we move the city forward? How do we help our people? Again, not trying to throw anybody underneath the bus. The mayor has been with me, as he said. I don't deny anything he just said. We have been in a conversation. He did with me and with Brother Goodman. All of that is true. At the end of the day, it's been 10 months, and there's no clear plan. Even with what he said yesterday, there's still no clear plan as to how we people get this funding now. Hence the resolution. I yield to the.
Thank you. Councilwoman James.
Well, I recall from when we first took office, the previous council allocated some money. I'm not sure where that money came from. I think they had some monies that they had to use in a given time frame. And they selected a group of organizations in the city of Pontiac to give that money to. Now, when we came into office, there were some concerns about why that money was not paid out. And I believe this administration put together some criteria for it. And I believe most of it at some point was in fact paid out. So my question is, we have done it before, but now we have a, where we have designated community organizations to receive funds. And it didn't go through an RFP process. It was something that the council did. So I'd like clarification from the attorney. Is this something that, are we? Yes.
Good evening, council members. For the funds to not be ARPA dollars, if you were going to use ARPA dollars, then there would need to be some kind of competitive process. But I heard you say that these are not ARPA dollars, but general fund. So because you are already in your budget year, under the charter, section 5.106, transfers and supplemental appropriations, after you've adopted an appropriation ordinance, which you did last June in order to go into the 23-24 budget year, upon at least 1 week's notice in a newspaper in the city, the council by resolution of 5 members may amend that ordinance. So if what you're doing is appropriating money to these organizations, you should publish this notice in the newspaper of general circulation. And then upon a vote by a resolution of 5 members, then you can authorize the transfer of unused balance appropriated for one or more purpose to another purpose, or appropriate available revenues not previously appropriated. So we would need to know where the money is coming from in which of those categories.
In this instance, the city's budget already has it appropriated in this general account ledger. So it's not a budget amendment. Okay. However, it is really authorizing the expending of the already budgeted funds.
Okay.
So ultimately, it's still in the mayor's hands, still in the mayor's court. If he wants to veto this, he has that authority, and we will override that veto. But he still then has the authority to sit on those funds. This is the city council's assistance helping the process along. So that way, if it's able to be determined that this is permissible, well, there you go. The city council has authorized it, pull the trigger, and get those intervention resources into the hands. But we're not seeking to amend the budget because we're not looking to remove or add money into this already designated use or appropriation.
Okay. So these are funds that are already appropriated?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rutherford, you could have the floor, or you could do the most powerful thing of
Come
all,
on with it.
which is your vote.
I'm ready
The
to
trump
vote.
card.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote. I don't want to have nothing else to say. Let's go.
Speakers list exhausted. Speakers list exhausted.
Come on with
So
it.
with that, roll call. It's roll call time. Clerk Doyle, Councilman Parker has moved, Councilwoman Rutherford has seconded the Pontiac City Council resolution on homelessness intervention, city funding distribution. We're authorizing that this is a permissible distribution to $175,000 to Catholic Community Resource Team. You may know it as CCRT. That is Councilwoman Rutherford identified direct intervention to Pontiac residents for the benefit of those that are housing challenged. $25,000 to the Baldwin Center Clothes Closet, and Councilman Goodman represents that area, as well as the $25,000 to the Hope Warming Shelter and $25,000 to Community Outreach Services. Councilman Parker, when he spelled out those different steps, these are the entities that had responded, that had provided degrees of information. And so this is really, that's where we're at. Everyone clear? Pardon me?
He said hope. Oh, yeah, he said
Yep.
it.
So it totals all $250,000. $175,000 CCRT, $25,000 Baldwin Center Clothes Closet, $25,000 Community Outreach Services, and $25,000 Hope Warming Shelter. We stand ready if the administration or law director has further clarity or nuance that's needed.
Okay, let's go.
Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Yes.
Parker. Yes. Rutherford.
Yes.
Yes.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're now at number 13, closed session. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution
So
to
moved.
proceed into closed session?
Support.
To discuss trial and/or settlement strategy related to Katz v. City of Pontiac et al., City of Pontiac v. City of Pontiac, VBA Board of Trustees, and Cypria v. City of Pontiac. Councilwoman Rutherford moved, Pro Tem Carrington seconded. This motion moves us into closed session. We will vote when we are concluded discussing these various litigation items, and we'll proceed with the balance of the agenda. It'll probably be 45 minutes to an hour. I mean, it's hard to say. It could be 45. It won't be 45 seconds. How about that? So it's been moved and seconded. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to go into closed session.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker. Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are now in closed session at 10:19 p.m., and we'll be back out when we vote to come out. Is there a motion to? Is there a motion to come out of closed session? Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we come out of closed session. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are out of closed session at 11:28 p.m. Could I please have a motion to suspend the rules to take up resolutions not already on the approved agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to suspend the rules.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right. That motion to suspend the rules carries. I'm going to read a resolution and then see if there's a motion and a second for us to consider it. Be it hereby approved by the Pontiac City Council that the proposed consent judgment as presented by legal counsel in closed session is approved, and the mayor is authorized to execute the same and all other related documents, subject to a public hearing on the sale of property and city council's affirmative vote on the sale of property. Is there a motion?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Councilman Goodman, to adopt the resolution approving the proposed consent judgment as presented by legal counsel in the closed session and authorizing the mayor to execute related documents subject to a public hearing on the sale of property and city council's affirmative vote. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Okay, that motion carries. The resolution is adopted. And the next is the resolution, be it hereby resolved, the Pontiac City Council schedules a public hearing on proposed sale of city property involved in Katz v. the City of Pontiac, and for that public hearing to take place on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024 at 6:00 p.m. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Councilman Goodman. It's the scheduling of a public hearing where the community will have the opportunity to learn more and offer their feedback on the proposed sale of land that's involved in the consent judgment of Katz v. the City of Pontiac. Okay, there's one particular parcel, and we'll give a presentation on that parcel in question. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're continuing with the agenda as outlined. We're at public communications. City Council's communications are on the agenda outlined. Mayor Grimel, your communications.
Well, thank you. I'll be really brief, but I do just want to quickly remind people that we do have a couple of upcoming Supplier Connect events in the city designed to make sure that those who want to do business with the city and contract with the city or be vendors with the city understand the ins and outs of going about that. We certainly want to make sure that we're contracting and hiring as many businesses based in the city as possible, especially those owned by Pontiac residents. These events will be Friday, April 19th from 5 to 6 p.m. right here in City Council chambers. And then the next one after that will be Friday, May 17th from 5 to 6 p.m. here in City Council chambers.
Okay, closing comments, Mayor Grimel.
Well, I did just want to answer the question that was posed by a member of the public tonight. I think I've been clear about this ever since the MLK Bridge had to be closed. But yes, what's been recommended to us by our engineers, and not just one engineering firm, but several engineering firms, is to completely demolish the existing bridge and reconstruct the bridge. So I want to be clear on that. It sounded like there may be some confusion about that. And that's why the bridge will have to be demolished, you know, in roughly a year before we start construction on the new bridge.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, any closing comments? All right, see you in the morning at Rochester College. Clerk Doyle?
No comments, Mr. President.
Councilman Rutherford, you need still time to bake the cake?
Yeah,
Got it.
come back to
Okay,
me.
all right. Councilman Goodman?
Good night, everyone.
Indeed. Councilman Parker?
I would say good night, everyone.
Councilwoman James?
I would like to say that I would like to see the city make a full presentation to the city administration, make a full presentation to the city in regards to Martin Luther King Bridge. There were articles in the Oakland Press that actually showed some of the fault parts of that bridge, none of which we have seen as council members. And I really do believe that it's time for us to present the proofs and the evidence that those engineering firms who examine that bridge, for them to come forward and make a full presentation to both this council and the city, the residents of this city. I think we deserve that. We have not had it. You know, we know what their result, you know, that their determination, but no one has really taken the time to walk through a full presentation of understanding of what's going on there. And I do think it is necessary. Agreed. So I'd like to ask for that to take place because it's well overdue.
Fantastic. Yes, ma'am. Pro Tem Carrington?
Well, I'm not going to say much. Thank everybody. Well, I got to say something.
Oh, okay.
Just want to say thank everyone for coming out tonight. I echo Councilwoman James' statement, as well as the feasibility of securing the bridge. I know if that's not something possible that we decide to do, but at least we can have a feasibility study and then we can have the information to make a decision. Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford?
If I didn't define myself, I would be crunched into other people's fantasies of me and be eaten alive. That was said by Audre Lorde. We must stop letting fear define us. We have to stop letting our emotions define us. We must define ourselves, Pontiac. We must keep reminding them that we are winners, that we are powerful, that we are great. We have to stop letting people tell us how to do the best for us. When you are Pontiac born, and you are Pontiac bred, or if you are a native son of Pontiac, you are held to a higher standard. You have to answer those tough questions to people in the GERS. You have to answer those tough questions to the retirees. You have to answer those tough questions to people who are losing their homes, who can't pay lights and gas. And at some point, we have to start being more human. And what I mean by that is we have to stop acting like just because we have a title that we don't have to show more compassion. Now, to some, I show too much compassion, and maybe it's because I was born and raised here, and maybe it's because I have to look at the very same people who people often don't talk to. But we have to start treating our citizens, even the least of these, as if their voices matter and they count. And that's not taking a dig. That's just being that's speaking of reality. We have a true crisis going on. Suicide rates are up in the city of Pontiac. Nobody's talking about it. We have a true crisis going on. Mental illness is up in the city of Pontiac. No one is talking about it. We have a true crisis going on. People are committing more crimes at an alarming rate because they simply don't know how to survive anymore. And everybody deserves a place to be heard, to be seen, to be valued. So I challenge everyone on this diocese to take a ride out to Suburban Suites. You probably don't know where they is, but I'm going to tell you where they are. They're on Doris Road. They're about 100 families, mostly from the city of Pontiac, living in the Suburban Suites. The very same people that we voted for tonight to assist. So it is my hope that this isn't vetoed. It is my hope that the money is given out with great haste, because these people who are our citizens, who are from this city, are living in fear because they can't get the assistance that's needed. So I'm challenging this administration to do what is right, to just give out the money to help these people out, because there are actually 100+ families, and it is an exaggeration, that are our people from District 1, from District 2, from District 3, from District 4, from District 5, District 6, and District 7, living at Suburban Suites because they can no longer afford to live in the place they call home. I want to also thank the 75+ people who attended the District 1 meeting. It is my hope that the administration will attend the following meeting on April the 27th. You are cordially invited publicly. I want to give a shout out to my guy, the best council president I ever know, Mike McGinnis, for attending and representing me all well. And also shouts out to my other partner, Mikhail Goodman, because people like to act like we don't get along outside of this, but we do it all the time. And when we support each other, a mighty fist can make a mighty blow. God bless you and God keep you. May God put his hands upon you, and may you have peace. And I want to send a special prayer to North Carolina Central. They currently have a gunman on the campus. I'm concerned, so please be praying, because my daughter is currently there, and I'm asking you all to pray for her safety. God bless you and keep you. Good night.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mike McGinnis here. Just very briefly, want to thank the sacrifice that all city council members make to put in these long hours to make results for our neighbors and move our city forward, including Councilwoman Rutherford, who, as she already shared, her daughter is in harm's way, and she's still making the time to be here. So be safe, take care of one another, and tell your loved ones how much they mean to you. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? Support. Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.